all here. Oh, this one's on. Great. Good afternoon and welcome to the Haunted Dolls. Why Are They a Thing panel. I'm Rachel Brewer. I'm Dee Norman. And when Tina gets here, we'll ask her to introduce herself. But do y'all want to introduce yourselves first, and then we'll get started?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Like I said, my name is Dee. I grew up in a house that was haunted. I also grew up in an Italian American family that practiced a type of Italian American folk magic. I'm coming out this September about my family's practices over what I can. But because I have been a magical and esoteric practitioner for most of my time, I've experienced a lot of different haunting scenarios. So I imagine I'm a good match for this panel. That is why I'm here today.
Yes, I'm Dylan Jones. As you can probably tell, I'm not local. I'm a parapsychologist at Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, in Scotland. I'm currently doing my doctoral research, my PhD, on exploring the media representation of paranormal phenomena and researchers and how media affects the way they behave when they are processed. For that, I'm
Mr. Casey, yeah, it's really hard to hear you all. I was going to say that was your pretty yeah.
This is not me.
Oh.
That's me.
Oh.
I'm sitting here, I love to hear you on live stream.
Testing, testing.
Much better. And I guess I'm Rachel Broom. I'm the founder and editor of Broom Girls Press. We are a indie horror micropress. So I like to describe myself as the least psychic person that you'll ever meet. And I just find dolls incredibly creepy. So I spent most of my life avoiding any sort of invitation from other things into my life. Shied away from that because it wasn't necessarily something that you would really do intentionally. I now live in a house where even the least psychic person we know has noticed things happening, and that's why, again, why I avoid all of it. Anyway, do you want to go again?
I'll try again, that's better, isn't it? Right, I might be Welsh, but my surname is Jones, but I'm not going to do a Tom Jones and last name. I'm living proof there's a Welshman who cannot sing. Right. My name is Dylan Jones. I'm a PhD researcher. I'm a parapsychologist at Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen. My research title is The Media Representation of Paranormal Phenomena and Researchers and its Influences on the Perceived Fictional Practices of Modern Ghost Hunting Groups to see whether or not media is affecting the way they behave when they're conducting their research. I have a lifelong interest in paranormal phenomena, and it was used as an anomalous experience I had as a 7-year-old, and then persuading my mum to take me to see Ghostbusters when I was 9 in 1984. So now you know who you're going to call. In terms of the investigation side, I'm a member of the Society for Psychical Research, which is the oldest academic body in the world for the study of paranormal phenomena, which has been going since 1882. So I have a legitimate interest in researching paranormal phenomena as well. And of course, tied into the media with haunted dolls, it's something that's now come to the fore very much in media. So that's a particular interest of mine.
Well, I'm going to throw this out here. So coming from the land of fiction, obviously haunted dolls, they are a thing. We've got Chucky, Dean Koontz, I think, has had a few novels where he talks about it, but haunted dolls, or even just puppets, or representation of cornhusk dolls, things like that, have always been maybe in the consciousness, not just of the Western, but around the world. So my question, the first question I'm going to throw out, because I'm pretending to be a moderator today, is what have you seen in your investigation? Have you come across specifically haunted objects such as dolls? moderator?
It's something that's definitely something that's increased in the number that we're getting reports of reported haunted dolls. I've met a few. Only last week I was in Savannah and I was spending time with one of the paranormal research groups in Savannah itself, and they have what they claim to be two haunted dolls in their possession, both of which are kept behind glass cases. There is some sort of ritual you have to go through when you introduce to them, and you introduce to them, and you say goodbye to them when you leave. And those are two that I've come across on that occasion. The week before which I was in Boston, and the haunted museum belonging to the paranormal couple that you may have come across, Cody Desbians and Satori Ford, who is the daughter of Jason Ford from the Ghost Hunters. They travel around. They have this wonderful van where they take all sorts of haunted lanterns to different locations as part of these illegal dolls that they have. And they claim that a number of those were indeed haunted. To me, they're just stuffed toys. You know, I haven't seen anything of any significance or any real evidence or data that they could show to be other than hearsay evidence that it is haunted, but no actual evidence that they actually are. So I can't think that we can other than a couple of static objects.
So from my experiences, I have been in the same room with a girl who do that supposedly haunted, but again, I too did not actually experience any phenomena at the time that I was in the room. There were a lot of interesting stories about what the dolls did or didn't do, or the kind of influence that the dolls had. But often what I find myself experiencing is I'm, of course, the weird friend that gets consulted when anything weird is on the table. And, you know, friends finding listings of haunted dolls or other haunted items on auction sites and saying, oh, this is legitimate. And I'm like, it could be legitimate. It could, but you're throwing your money away because you don't know. You know, as far as you can trust a stranger on the internet, you know, then you can be assured that this is a legitimate haunted item. I think though that things like pockets, anything that kind of has a human visage, they can create stories and they create beliefs. They attract them because as human beings, anything with a face, and we recognize faces or face-like configurations in like 100 milliseconds when we glance at something. Then we spend a lot more time trying to figure out if that thing has a brain behind it. And I think between that gap, recognition of facial features, and then trying to understand the intelligence associated with those facial features is where we as human beings populate with a lot of possibilities. Now, I might sound like a skeptic when I'm saying these things, but I'm actually not, because there have been experiments with the purposeful creation of dolls and bears, including the Philip experiment is one of them. And people can create thought forms, I deeply believe, and attach them to an inanimate object. So the stronger your belief is that an object is haunted or creepy or weird, the more likely that you build up this association, the more likely you start to your reality and your experience with that item and an entity kind of informed spontaneously, which I think is the source of a lot of action haunted items, including dolls.
That might also, so I'm listening to what you're saying, and it's really kind of bringing some bell bending, because kids, I think, tend to be a little bit more psychic because their imagination is a little bit more I mean, the world hasn't told them that, you know, things don't exist yet, so they still believe in them. And they also have these huge emotions because to them, everything is they have something like that. And what do kids play with? Dolls. So I'm hearing that makes a lot of sense. But I'm also laughing because you said the listings online, and my local metaphysical shop bought one of those dolls from a listing, and they put the story out that apparently someone claimed that they had found it in an attic. It had been like closed in a box with a cross on it, and they opened it up. As soon as they opened it up, all these creepy things started happening. Like things would move and the doll would move. I was like, well, put it back in the box. What are you waiting for? And also, why did you buy it and put it in your shop? So every time I go in there and buy something, as soon as I come out, I like do a quick lens because I'm like, I don't want anything following me home. No, thank you.
I'm a social scientist, so I deal with behaviour and that aspect of things. I'm very fortunate enough to work with Steve Parsons, who is a physicist. He is the in charge of equipment and monitoring and advising the scientific research and Ghost on how to use their equipment to measure. I've worked with Steve for quite a number of years now, and he committed the possession of a number of alleged haunted dolls. All of which would be disclosing that if anything bad was to happen, it wasn't that person's fault. And he's kept them at his home ever since, and absolutely nothing has happened. Although back in 2019, October that year, I did go to the Netherlands. You told me about a picture board. I didn't know the road ever had, so that might be my fault. But from this experience, along with important objects such as the indeed those are fascinating things. We're taking what people have into them. So we recorded when it's a stone doll from about 4,000 years ago, which was found in the Mediterranean. We even found Egyptian dolls, which have been found by archaeologists and now sit in the British Museum in London. And like we are in most of those being haunted. This is the one not.
So one of the things that I'd like to share about the listings in particular is that they make the appeals for those makes sense because we're psychology and if you can't get out there, if you don't have the access to the abandoned places or the haunted places, or you don't have the equipment or the time capability to go out and run your own investigations and go out and bring it down by yourself, what can you do? You want a piece of that. Heck, I wanted a piece of that when I was a kid, which is why I ended up joining ghost hunting groups when I got older and capability. But before then, if someone offered me a haunted item, even though I grew up in a haunted house and didn't particularly have that experience, the invitation would have been great. Because I think we all want with something bigger than ourselves and a brush with the numinous. I think those entries can give us that. Just the whole world of mystery that can just land on our doorstep, all the other things we order from today. So I think it becomes important to think about that concept of items and the experience of playing in people's lives and this type of feeling of adventure that it can provide you when you can't necessarily go and do the thing.
So that actually makes me think of, because I think we do have maybe a little bit of a I mean, that's kind of what investigator, no matter whether it's the paranormal or whether it's something else, you want to make room for the possibility of, something being there as well as something not being there. But what is really interesting to me is some stories, not just stories, but friends of mine have been in where, for instance, how we're looking to do it. That's when she would find all the numbers or all of the or everything else. So I want to say is there may be a possibility that some of these items do attach themselves to certain people, especially because the art boxes are usually like a kid's item.
No, I definitely have my opinion on that. And one thing that I'd like to make clear is I know it sounds skeptical, but I'm like a perennial believer on all of this. Except I'm a believer in things that I myself have experienced. So I assume that you want to experience. I have experienced some really good openness in my life. I believe all of those things wholeheartedly because I have been experienced things. So, with part of philosophy about I have to base my belief on their recognition of feeling so I'm not saying that they're kind of possibly beginning. I personally haven't experienced that. I'm trying to know anything that I have to trust. But I do believe when it comes to things like magic and like haunting, that in your head, that those situations where it happens for one person, but it doesn't happen at all for the person next to them. It's significant, like the aerial school phenomenon during all the Leviticus. Exciting here at school, lots of children saw this beautiful land, things, and lots of children that were on the playground also did not see that. There's corroborating stories that some really but even girls who were skating holding hands of forgiveness went down that day. And I think we filter our experiences through cultural lenses, perceptive lenses, all kinds of things. So you can walk through the house and think, goodness, going on here. Meanwhile, your friends just not tuned to that frequency, so to speak, and we're just not picking it up, and it's not working out anymore. Does that mean it's any less real? No, it just means that there's some different perception going on.
I think all this, I think one of the deep belief, especially in there are many people who we believe in those two movies. We know that those numbers have gone up still already, the 20 years back then. Unfortunately, we're still close to finding out what a ghost is. That's one of those nobody can tell us that we're going to be haunted or not, because we don't know what it is. But everybody in this room what thought a ghost was, we have half a dozen different answers. And when it comes to whether we I would potentially whether it's introduced the property into that particular environment. And the activity starts. Is that really coincidental? Could the property ever be haunted? But we like to look at things. We like to attribute something happened to a particular situation. And it could be coincidence. What's going on? I think, unfortunately, the way that mediums now pursue haunted dolls, haunted undertakings, that might fall apart on one of certain objects with dolls might be haunted.
I will say from the fiction author / publisher point of view, yes, there is an appetite for stories, and there are folks who are definitely if there's like that, based on it, that makes it a little bit more attractive. So yeah, definitely that's a great marketing strategy. The building that current school or the money that this was for, that they were, when they were talking about, they were gonna buy it because it's very cool. Your stores also has a lot of like security and things like that, so it's already a little creepy. But there you go.
Is that local to here?
It's in Fayetteville, so if you're ever people passing through stuff, Governmentsville is on Main Street. It's a great store, run by some North Vegas people. Yeah, it's good stuff.
So is there potential for investigating haunted items? Do they afford any specialized opportunities since they can be moved through and isolated together in a house or inside a location? I mean, is there potential there for there to be some specialized investigations?
That is a very good question. Unfortunately, with hauntings, it's very difficult to control what goes and where things take. There's so many different levels at play. It's not as simplistic as that baby is turning up, shouting at things to appear, waving around the things. Potentially, generally should be haunted. You could put it in one place for prolonged observation. Then I think that you're looking at potential confirmation bias in terms of missing things that object is really good. I've seen some video footage of a dog is a collection of paranormal and sort of whether the dog moves on its own. See the context of it, I don't think the university would be good for me.
They just go and they're like, oh, it's right there.
I wish it was.
I have to say though, too, it comes to experience and belief. There's different thresholds for what's, you know, I mean, 9 times out of 10, I'm very critically watching a hunting show, which sometimes I do. I'm not really coming at it from a threshold of scientific, you know, proof of what I would consider acceptable, what the scientific are doing and trying to confirm their knowledge and what the various situations goes. You know, from day-to-day life, I'm much more interested in the experience that I have, how to contextualize them, what they might mean to me symbolically and with people around me. And so there are different thresholds of belief, and you can work with those thresholds that don't have to meet all of them all the time.
Regardless of whether we believe that the mountains are so creepy, what was it about dolls that frightened us? In the 18th century, they started to look a lot more human. And there's a psychological effect that happens to those two bits and past, too close to home to what comes through. Yes. Yeah. There's this feeling the universe with a scene becomes well,
Sometimes.
absolutely. In the film, is a rather mean, more realistic kind of doll. But you see what she image.
how you communicate. And some goals, how close, how close when we start things and baby space, real baby space, to a space like that has really on selling. The initial expectation was that it would range from um, but it was almost always 65 to 67%. I started taking a picture of a baby's face and start slowly morphing it into a doll's face.
Again, I don't.
Just things like how much is that? Yeah, try it or
Personalities with the past. He also has I think that I think AI is faceless and bots and machines that run on little kids. There were tons of stories out there because it was an unknown thing. As AI, are we going to, you know, want to now answer if they die and come back? No, it's see it like the manifest person picture. They would be ideas for it propagates out into our culture.
Especially when I go and try to find things, I'm like, oh, where was it? Like, what is the dog that has the story? Say, So yeah, definitely, that is, that's just a very valid, where I definitely, not just fiction, or it's fiction, but yeah, maybe those stories is, I don't know about, when I was little, the story was like the doll, you can see it, like what happened. Sorry, I think bronze that maybe more.
Coffee plate time is the ultimate. Chapter by chapter.
It's doll. The EVP Teddy doll's got to be that.
Who here in the room has seen magic? Yeah.
I wrote the photo.
It's gonna be scary. Right? Know why.
But to why in particular were so much Twilight stuff to short story listening to it long enough is because whether it's a representation or whether it's just something that everybody grows up, whether it's a novel or something like that, or we come to a culture that is that we anime use context with spirit. Movies are familiar. Strangeness that experience should be clear.
There's a really good academic paper written in a big called Holding Dolls. Him quote, or one of the things you can doll is a representative of a child and the responsive vision. I think it's really, one of the things that really plays upon our subconscious. Just because if you want to make the UK really
You know, it's interesting. You know, a doll or another frames and flying on the radar because it's. I think part of why these vanilla stuff comes up with comes unexamined, which just sneaks in and then suddenly your safe space
guess psychological perspective, that there are people who've done, you talk about thought forms are, and it seems like it's the same type of than this.
The use of comments in the walls, they're usually used for feelings for common purposes. And they give in a lot of cases, oh, you just right after you don't just so I haven't read or seen any connections between adult use for mental purpose. Always. And then we'll sign the waivers, right? Whatever you inspire in any of us is
Which, I'm gonna just go through this.
Checking.
Just like 11.
it must be spoken. I love if you haven't seen it.
And tried to, they tried to, sorry.
I think we see those versus life.
It's ingrained. There's even the, I'm sorry.
Jonathan Colton. If you recognize him, he has a song called Crazy Doll, and it's my daughter's favorite. She latched onto the song. I didn't hear it on repeat for the past 2 years, and it's still a good song. I hope it is very evocative of all the Crazy Doll shows. Yeah. Parents, they just let me watch. When I was a kid, and I just moved to the shows.
Absolutely scared. Savings not. It's
Those sales platforms.
Are you all here for the experiences?
Sure.
I actually some sort of experience. Um, just for example, and say told how and we pick up, and she woke up, and of course there's no. Like, okay, well, why would anybody make us anybody cry about experiences that people have had? I guess people would say, so I really have to go to their house and my somebody's what the heck is going on here? Yeah. Like,
I'm very keen trying to find out what is behind these experiences. Taking what I was said and look at it. You know, psychological research, you dream like state, you go into sleep or waking up. Still not the Ghostbusters, but I don't think the Ghostbusters. I can find out. Experience. Another thing, probably get something. Stop people. They don't know that. So people are interested. And you look at this, I was looking at the other issue. Whether they but unfortunately, investigate things.
Question. And are the open for scientific investigation or is all sucked out of the room and is it?
You want to look out for that question as a channel at 9:50. The paranormal TV versus real life paranormal research, which
very smooth, wasn't it?
very simple. I like it.
Where can we find you?
So if you go to the code UK, find out you also the work that three other of my colleagues do sleep past. The really finished it. And Winston, who's now got in psychology, and the pilot, and side of things. Really investigation, how to use it. Comment if you have email
wrong. And enjoy this. Play with want to find me online, I'm at blackcampcottage.com or at cottage. And I have a book on Italian connection now accessible through Watkins. And it's called Vertical. If you're interested.
That's the approach as a book that should be coming up next year. It's on businesses and culture. So I'm covering a chapter on how Ghostbusters influence.
Fiction bar. I have downstairs, there's Alley, Roman, Go to .com, that, you'll find our website. If you add an at to that, you'll find our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. And we'll also be here at a couple of different things. So feel free to start a conversation.
We didn't have our, thank you so much.
Yes, I remember. I actually. Street.com. I was in there like. Every Monday. They're pretty great. It's,
That's why I wanted to ask, like, I'm trying to. Yeah. You know, but- I remember. I was like.
So, who's next on the table? You.
Okay, actually,
That posture that kept you always talking towards the mic.
listen, we're doing that downstairs.
I know, it's like he's still. Same. Okay. Maybe just a little thing.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, this is live. They can see you. They can see you. What?
Hope you're enjoying the virtual con. It's okay. We're supposed to be here. We're the virtual people.
Don't listen to him.
But
Yeah, I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, uh,
Blah, blah, blah.
Hey guys, we're gonna get started. How's everyone thinking? How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great.
Awesome.
But you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing.
This is, I believe, my 14th or 15th year. I am now director of the Charlotte area here from Society. I've got over 25 years experience in here in the field. We'd like to answer any questions and come by our table. And we're always talking to talk folks about those or other paranormal entities. Mine tells you a story.
Hello, my name is Jason Tap. I'm the guy who does spooky CLT on Instagram. There's also a website. It's a Instagram account that is dedicated to documenting all spooky aspects of Charlotte, North Carolina. Whether it is ghost stories, events, it's history, whether things are not, different subcultures, everything that makes Charlotte as spooky like I truly believe it is. That's a lot of paranormal enthusiasts. This is my first.
I'm Taylor Johnson. I am a folklorist, storyteller, and author. This year, birthday, I'll go to the down in the subcountry. And I let you stories from there. I went for 5 years. So I'm kind of a halfway native Charlotte. So that's about it.
My name is Jason, and I have been a lifetime paranormal enthusiast as well. I am a member of the Association of Paranormal Society, and we have a booth. Now, it's an important part. It's good. You say no?
You really need to lean into the microphone, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's why I checked, 'cause I thought the people looking like.
Thank you.
So feel free to.
Okay, so let's talk about our favorite place to investigate.
My favorite place to investigate is the Blue Steel on Tryon Street, believe it or not, in downtown Charlotte. Built in 1815, so it has over 200 years history. It's a wonderful historically preserved plantation home, gardens. Some of the trees on the property are well over 150 years old, and there are several spirits that still linger
investigating for almost 50 years. So we've got different forms of evidence from those investigations. And as my time, we help Rosedale. We offer a fundraising ghost investigation, and just so happens we are holding that next Saturday night. So if you're local, and you want to check out Rosedale for yourself, stop by our table and we'll get hooked up and you can sign up to go enjoy that.
Has anyone been to Rosedale in the room? See some hands. Yeah. Did y'all have a paranormal experience while you were there? See something spooky? Let's see it.
Right next to the air conditioning room. Every time my daughter came to say something to me, every time she walked away, would stop. And I was like, every time she came over, everybody would grab it. So we did get that wanted to play with it. Thank you for doing something.
Someone turned the person on his head and say that she Mike and I are going to quite a bit of things. And Charlotte is truly tonight at the Dunhill Hotel. Has anyone stayed there? There's a lot of hotels. They're doing renovations and they take down to tax bill. On the elevator shafts. It's in the newspapers. It's absolutely true. You would go there tonight and talk to your bartender, talk to the front desk guy, and they'll talk to their own personal experiences. Unfortunately, the night that I was there, we were actually celebrating our after Halloween when we got married. So we got too drunk and did not see any ghosts. We had a lot of fruitful conversations. And that was enough to convince me that many staff came in such as here, like the witches cackle, while in the lobby, they're out on the smoke break. We're seeing a woman with long black hair down her knees kind of disappear in the ballroom. It's a little bit of everything there. So I think that it's one of those beacons in Charlotte that has activity. Could be because it's right next to Charlotte's settlers on Fresh Street. Or just could be because it's an old building outside in a bunch of times. Charlotte is truly a spooky place, and if you're looking for one place to visit, I would suggest water. Walk right in, say, I want a drink, you're not a spirit.
I'm gonna keep both or both. 25 from all there you go. First time I went from all over there yet. All you. I have been other twice, and unfortunately, if this was Friday, paranormal activity anywhere in America.
Amen.
That's a lie. But that's the official story. When I was over there, we were, me and my sister were outside. We were out there playing because I was about 8 years old. And I had the classic late seventies ball cut. And someone reached, we were sitting on the steps, little two-odd steps, grabbed me by my hair and pulled like I needed to come inside the house. And I spit around at my sister like, Andy, and she's like, over there. And I came back and I heard footsteps inside the cabin.
So, my next question.
Is this paranormal or is this just in general?
Driving home every day on 72nd.
South Boulevard, I'm in there in the town.
Okay, so, Freedom Drive aside, paranormal.
Probably for what, whatever reason, I don't have good, when I try to get. Probably not doing it wrong.
Long list of paranormal.
But I think that's okay. I think we're in short. I got the metro area. That's just what I'm going to learn in there.
I would say it's a private case, which, it's a private case. As an investigator, you cannot divulge the highlights of what you experience. We call it confidential area. This home had, not only did it have two spirits that seemed to be trapped there, but they were trapped there by a non-human entity. And the non-human entity is the one that kind of threw me for a loop. Not only did it investigation, but yeah, that one took about.
Do a little real personal.
Sure. There was a basement. The creepies are gonna hide in the basement or the attic, y'all, so just, there was a basement, and we had, and, it's and we're just, sweet, around in the basement. We got to this one area, and, teammate and I were standing there, and all of a sudden, just flat out, around, and I was like, did you hear that? So, you can really see spirits. So I look, there's this thing kind of standing in the doorway, where, and I was like, oh, okay, I kind of looked at her, and I was like, okay, it's really from us, and it's just me. So at that point, she kind of hit the door. This is my best friend, okay?
It's always the one.
I know, tell me, you got a best friend like that too, don't you? So she's like, we don't have to deal with that. And I'm like, yeah, I knew that was coming. So, yeah, I pretty much dealt with it. one of the things that you use is, I mean, laughter is a great liquid. So I started, I just looking forward to it. So I'm home. I just made fun of it, called it a name, and just laughed at it. And it almost took it that gave me my opportunity to say,
Then you put in the failed wishes box. Okay.
So I'm not a traditional growth hunter in the sense of analyst here. I'm not part of the team or anything. Oh, nice. A lot of what I do is just trying to go through businesses, I would be truly terrified to investigate would be the abandoned gold mines under Uptown. Have y'all heard about those? Yeah, the Charlotte and the Charlotte area. Yeah, so like, the rest of the country. It's not such a big one. It's different indicators that Charlotte has always been 100% about money. And to this day, there are still abandoned gold mines underneath Uptown, surrounding areas. Even when they were building the campus, those from St. Mary's mine, in that area. Houses on the beach about a year ago, they were listing on the it's an exciting thought to go down there. Because there's a lot of history. People were going down there in mines, whether it be whoever was so yeah, I can go down there and it's kind of it's a spooky thought, but it's exciting. And then to go up above that, because there's Uptown, there's the gold mines, and then smack dab in the center, there's actually a tunnel system that is available to go into. In fact, the FBI has to check it out every time the president comes into town. Usually, the only thing they're dying are but the idea that there are these catalysts underneath, town, this less center it's a whole new world down there. So I would love to go and investigate. Besides that, I haven't had any spooky, terrifying paranormal experiences. I'm okay with that. To be completely honest, I don't need it.
Can I keep you with it? Yeah. I'm not gonna do all the Metro Islands because that means we DC to the right. Star coffee, Colorado, in the Charlotte area. Really on all stories, you can say, so wider. The key. Those 500 field. Every question. It hits your mind a whole lot. You might in your life that are on the show, it really. Did that on the site. Or the Cornwall came in and the they.
Oh, anyone familiar with that town? You've got Trading Plaza, smack dab in the center. That's if you go one block down Trading Street on the right hand side, corner of like Fifth and that's where it's the oldest cemetery in it.
separate, but where people are strong is now used to be a so we can get that first to work on it. So folks will go to separate cemetery, you go, and then basically something on it. And there is a story of a lady, unfortunately, is I've also heard another story that you were standing with your back, I guess is like down the hill, the left-hand side, supposedly in the next room, there's your horse on who were killed. I've heard of strange lights that seem to dance around above the grass in that particular area.
Yeah, I asked you about because Tina and I we were on a podcast together, so we shared these stories. But also to add on to that, the northeast corner is actually where they can start missing people. So there's no marker in that corner. You go above it with penetrating radar and with up. I'm gonna walk through a little set of here. There. I call it the historical centerpiece of uptown Charlotte. It's up there. It's the best art in the city. It's my favorite thing.
I'm sure that they told the Queen that where they fell in line. They got black. And brought it down and all of the white they still getting around him, but when they cut the cowboy in, he woke up and the doctor I think like so yeah, and that yeah, that he walks around. I think it's a girl's school, but he got his family.
And side note, I actually have a friend of mine who works security at the side in the late 80s. And she said that they would be on noise, people seeing things. Place- True, true. And there would be nothing there, doors, you know, and this would have to be,
If I remember correctly, they heard a whale. Apparently, there you can see an apparition of the auditoriums. So I've never even been on campus besides driving through the area, but that would be the number one thing I would want to see. So, we they do have that in Charlotte.
live right down with it. It's one of the places. If you're not familiar with what they would say, is like a hot on a piece of wood. It takes pictures, great colors based on temperature. goes for energy. So you got always in the form of energy, well, energy's hot. So she appears as the hottest thing. And while we look orange, blue, or yellow, but white is how she appears on film. So that was a pretty good capture. I was very proud of that.
Well, you did. People know that.
There's a article in the Sharp. Of course, so just like Ty was saying, we're not like we're not going out. So, yeah, so uh, a model actually falls. I will say this with y'all, what the bar, what bar, what on my experience. Tyler, in South End. Okay, so Tyler Creek's con, we have evidence, but they will not let it go in, unfortunately.
Well, the, those in, look,
Yeah.
one room is home. And the room is $1,000.
Tell them you just got married.
For that, we will say, okay, here's the community. We. These ain't cheap. People don't realize, if you got those, share with their business. We'll come play. Because of the play. Everything else. I'm going to do it.
So, for a few and a half, South Carolina, but it is actually about 50 miles. I grew up in States, they're called, yeah. There's a place called the Vet Clinic, which just amazing. Evidence that we have. She likes to do on and off pretty. into paranormal equipment, like cats flying all the time. But we have them strategically placed around the room. As we were talking with Majesty, and I was sitting my hand, all the ball in front of me rolling. And I was thinking about the personal that running through. That's probably the least one that's something I've ever found. No, that is an interesting question. Um, I don't know.
Oh, well, I'll tell you.
You're share.
Carolyn, um, you know, sheer technical and
Talk about. Okay, cool. I would say that being the human monster. Lake Norman? Have I swam in Lake Norman? Absolutely. I'm sorry.
oh, no.
That's a valid response. If anyone knows about Lake Norman, it's 11 dams along the top of the river that run into Lake Norman. It's a nuclear reactor that uses the water down its turbine or whatever. But ever since the creation of Lake Norman, there have been sightings of big monsters that swept the monster themselves with that. Dozens, if not hundreds, solutions of Lake Norman monster, or at least something that they thought was monster like. But were not true monsters that nine. Talked about on a podcast, so I know a story or two.
Yeah. Or catfish, catfish that live near there where the water's. Water station, they are supposedly, you know, 100 or 200, catfish. Catfish is not size of the old, so. I'm down there really seriously looking, catfish. You know, catfish tend to be more. It's water. Just mud. Trees.
There you go, Tally. Tell them.
Airplane down there. Building the center.
One of the delay qualified you. Or while this entire army about 8,000. Sharpshooter. Davis hard 3 times. all the company just about this big.
And houses, cemeteries, bodies flowing around. Because, and so, my wife has seen the Ghost in General. It's within that at hotel, in the church. The continue on to the story. It's closed until after the battle at 3:13. So back to the story goes that his death was his first. Came up forward. However, it's a fun. Yeah, someone goes. They went on, and then the stories of that character is the Ghost Rider. Well, talking about it's now this guy. He's now here. We saw paranormal activities. Like we did one year. And it was a feminine figure. We thought, which was General Williams' wife. Maybe sport. No. Um, but I've always stayed there once. I've always stayed there once. Like, if you did her
remember, years ago, years they came to me and wanted me to look into supposed ghost. They said they had never seen any. So, what interesting what you do.
But I actually don't think that was basically the night manager. You know. So she was full of stories, and primarily, years walking around in the basement, the lower level, and sound.
The basic story is, feel free to correct, is one of the or do and help and only with basically at a corporate in Charlotte. Charlotte. All meet him. He was at that. Supposedly, still he actually made it. He had our usual 2 or 3 years after it today. But our is
That I found. And it was a love. It was a story. He died. I mean, I died. I can't.
The guy who died, and then when he saw him, I think um, we have productions they're here tonight. They did an episode about something like right now. You listen, I'm like, this is good job telling the story about he just yes. My question is, are y'all familiar with you, Charlotte? Lines in there, and we say foreign languages, and it's believed that there's many different lines working themselves to states, which is weird. Because who knows?
on, we call that bridge over your Greenville, South Carolina, about 2 hours south on the, well, 6 hours if you drive it. It is haunted by all the bridges and all the railroads, all over America. It was built in 1855. Which makes, I'm over here, stone making, south of, I'm not going to about my English to them. I mean, you know, you better. I'm also not even. I'm gonna know. And, they're not. They are almost always. I speaking of another goal for you. Everybody. On inside. The stone wall comes down. And I, most of them, and look at things, full stop. Oh, well, they're gonna do this. Mama's house, my house, and sister's house. You got people walking through the street at night. And if you find, we them, when they ocean of faith. I think it is. Before it ever, which, um, that I, whole bunch of around, when the being set fire, or houses, all this. We don't, nobody.
Why don't you guys tell us what kind of little topical item?
I, now, 30, they program it, the attraction blues around about 4. You haven't heard. Well, civil war goes out for a while, but I think
So I'm going to be at Ghost Hunting 1 on 7:30. I'm talking about DC in the morning, and Ouija board workshop at 7, and if you are interested in anything I said tonight, There's also a website. If you're not on Instagram, you can just see everything at spookyclt.com. I also have a podcast with my wife. We have the Old North State podcast about North Carolina whole history. We did do a two-part about the concert. Talks about North Carolina. They're all.
I will be joining these two. Yep, first believer. I am looking at on a house and then it's about a house that I it's a fictional story that takes those experiences and then thank you. Thank you guys. Feel free to come up. For information.
Alligators are. Well, yeah, they got kind of like a serpent body. Yeah. So I personally feel like it's you know, it's just you're gonna see it like, oh shoot, that's yeah. I agree. Absolutely. You know, also, and well, the reason I say it's you can see a track of the lake, and you can see all the different things.
This the J Lab? Yeah, that's the J Lab. All right.
Oh, yeah. They built secret.
Well, this one, if she's dressing like long hair, she'll come in the flashback because I can have her right. And right, I'll have to go to the top. So that's the light. It's slow. Bring the light. It's open. I've never seen it. That's what most of
Your camera completes the session, and you're supposed to look away.
Oh, that's it. The Warriors. Yeah. There's a group of warriors, competing warriors and warriors. They're going to battle. Battle inside. And if one of them turns around and looks at you, and you look back at it, you're going to go. That's the legend.
Okay. Good legend. Is that so? I guess it depends on where they're going, yeah.
Well, it depends on your side.
Exactly.
It's supposed to use warriors too. And they're going to battle this other group of warriors. So I don't know which one the outcome was. This guy's the boss. Even in the other ones. So they're warriors. Great.
Thank you too. Nice to meet you. Yeah, you were there. Did you leave? Were you staying? No, I actually have a meeting at 7:30. Okay. Well, I was. Yeah. Well, Karen was asking if they would we're gonna say anything about July. Oh, she is. 10. Seven. I would say we're I was gonna get it. I don't know. Also, when you come up with yes, absolutely. We would. And you have to talk to this big July 9th is about 30 days. No. So, yes. So are we leaving on the night? Yes. Okay, Saturday. Oh, our flight was Saturday morning. Early. She did it. So we get there and do 2 school runs. Because I'm going to do runs. So I'm okay. Yeah, seriously. No, yeah, we don't want to miss it. But yeah, we do have these people figure out. So it's going to be a few good sure. That is something you don't underwear and looks like that's what yeah. Do you have mine. Yeah, you don't wanna, yeah. It's long. That's what it's a big size shoes. It's also. Yeah. Hey, IT, it's funny. Hey, I'm Cher. I'm not your panel, but I'm in Teens Group. Say what's wrong, left your pocket on. Okay, wanna get your ones? Okay, thank you. I'll put it in my backpack. I'll wear that.
Misty, full foot.
Yes, I come from the South Shore, which is 20 miles from here.
Right.
To get here, I didn't get home, you know. It's like, I got, it was horrible because there was some music. From the same guy.
No, no, I'm running from the States.
I didn't think so. There's an amusement and this is the weather like under partnership. Because, you know, the May lights and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So they shut down, therefore everyone made a mass exodus.
Yeah.
And it took me 20 minutes just to get less than one.
Right.
So it was hard to try to do it because of the rain. There were at least 4 accidents in here. Probably. So I was afraid. I had had 6. They just finished. I was afraid.
Yeah, I live in Italians.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, so, well, I was invited for the last 2 years.
Now you from the UK? Actually, I went to our school 2 years actually.
Oh,
It's CCJ. And I'm all the so I did not there this time, trace on my family started then went into court council and then the division some went back some so that's and we have traced the red light and that's where streets, and I understand that. My baby also has it on the ground.
so.
Okay. Awesome.
There's so many places.
Yes, yes,
Well,
yes. You can actually, they, the same travel agency that I used had a tour on, was Jamie Claire. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I think the checks for the
Yes. Because I mean, I'm trying to. Baby, it's also. Team. Teams. Set up for us to prepare. And we thought if you have made mistakes, we will do anything. Go ahead, I'm trying to finish. Since I didn't get off the substance. It'll get more.
What's up, folks?
You're back?
Just now. What's next section?
This one is just 2101.
What? Now let's just take it on. What part of this? Curiosity or just experience something you saw yourself?
I used to say several things. When I was in, I probably had my first travel experience in Kansas City. So I was in the hospital. And they were hospital. I told my mom, she's like, oh, you're in, but when I was I would have come home basketball practice. And I started basketball practice. So I came home and I was and I realized I was drinking. So in this dream, I got hit. So God was so white cat, Jimmy Trump, and dark hair, was here, plain shirt, greenish sweater. And he came around the hill so fast, and we were like in one of the things couldn't stop. So in my dream, he hits the back of my car, and my other the force of that is what we're doing. Like I said about scripture. And it was like, oh my God, I'll get on lots of so running, get hard, go to the real, get it, real, it's a more heavy, extra. So I'm telling him about the hardest, he's like, can't be the hardest, I'm not sure. So here we go. Get in the 10 lane, get ready to go to Marty's. I look over the mirror, here comes a truck. Same truck, same driver.
Well, that experience like that, usually it's
Thank you. I'm so sorry to do that. I didn't know, no, I appreciate you for that. Were they good? They were awesome. They were awesome. So, you know, that's a surprise. We don't know what's in it. Exactly. This is like a rebel. Yes. And it's just going to your house and stuff too. Yeah, Terry. Yes. Eggs. Olives. Yeah. Okay, I'll tell him.
No name, name on me.
Okay, and I'm gonna go do my class tonight, and I'll let you know.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So anyway, I see Scott, this truck. I know it's gonna happen. So because I knew it was gonna happen. Yeah, so for the first.
that's something that experience makes it. I have. Train, going down each other, right? Back to the seat right there. They actually had that button. Here, it's a turn. That's the glass, and that's supposed to be what? Is that cool? Is it got over there?
Not exactly what happened, it was gonna happen. I stayed first, like that, took me up the road, and then turned into a grocery store, and I run over, he's like, he didn't say anything, he's like, you saw it. It's like, okay, I'm gonna walk the parties on the way back. Good, because I'm sitting right here. In the parking lot, safe.
So that's when that started, experiencing yourself?
Not really. What got me started was, I had gone to do a friend event, and she went red. So she's like, Chicago, just sit in the living room and watch TV. Well, her mother, I was probably 18 or so. Her mother was at church. And so I'm sitting there. All day long, it's talking to 6 o'clock. And I'm watching the news. TV's over here. And I could sit at 5 minutes. She was already in the shower. And after my eye, I saw her. And this little lady walks out of the back of the house and walks straight up there. She's walking. She's got to get tired of older, so they can't walk. I'm straight. Comes up and probably as close as you want to me. Waves. What are you doing? And I see her. And then she turns around. She's going back to the same direction she came. And then she's oh yeah. She's not.
Other sources of rich. I guess, sometimes they will see it, sometimes one person trying to look at like they see it. Something like that. Those stories that are, but they can send. They will start to.
Well, that's what I was talking when I first saw her. I remember the first person. It was just like, it reminds me of Wednesday. They sold them. So they're not coming back. She has I saw that. She's got shampoo in her face. You know, she goes, wait. She goes, did you see a little lady? Yes. She goes, oh, and now because she used to walk with her. And now my mom hardly walked with her. And they'll get you walk through it. You know, used to say, you know, like I was actually outside. You know, my mom's is there, right? She's always, grandma, what her parents were afraid of signs. You know what? You kids should shut. I'm going down the road. Sit on the back, 45 minutes and stand. So I go back. And then, that was experiences. I'll see my dog do that.
That book. Some of them are, like, one of the book writers, has a big drop, everyone drop. Character, you know, he's got his own goals and stuff on it. The story is, this guy did a jump, but he never landed. So, you know, how that happens. That's how the story goes. That someone has to get it out of the stop sign. And there's one, let's put jokes. Let's put back to do so. Put down, say salt and pepper here. Go back, salt and pepper over there. Sir? Yeah. Let's work at it. Goes there. No, there. As a fusion, they got plots. But like you know, that's the next spot. A lot of them all things you get out. Apparently, that's a lot of things all over here. I think the opportunity is well, I think every military base has got jokes. I'm sure for the old ships, yeah. I was my favorite tradition of the Navy is every skill, that was talking about. They have a tendency to do something, I like to say. No, and with that, you know, so, it goes to certain ships, like the technical concept, right? Ship. There's an old store, it was at Mariana. We used for training, and I still have some stuff in it. Ship. It's all written back. And there's no, put top this way. You can turn around next to it.
Yeah.
They still have and slowly started making Boston. It's a barracks slash receipt. Use it barracks. That part of the barracks. And slowly started making them come around. and we were just correct between sections.
Yeah.
And here will be like, I'm not saying rearrange. I never changed that on the lesson. We take our, because we did, we're later going to apply to our analysis, so it's still in line. The cars relatively easy. And sometimes the line is, stories there.
Exactly.
We always try to do it. And sometimes it's something we're wrong.
Whenever that stuff happens, maybe yes.
So we got you started.
Always been interested, always trust that things. So just as soon as the opportunity sort of presents itself.
Well, so when you goes, so you mischievous goes. We just say, yo, I'm out here.
I think so. I like them. Yeah. I like to think that I hang out with my wife. She knows. Keep an eye.
Yeah. Even though the traffic has calmed down.
Well, it's 10:30, so we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome to Ghost Hunting 101. I am Tim Swain, and I'm the county group of the Charlotte Area Paranormal Society. We are a group here in the Charlotte area, but we travel across both states to help people out and check out famously or infamously haunted locations. We also have done some international travel and have done paranormal investigations in Ireland, London, and I'm going to Scotland, and yes, I'm going to London in October. I will let my esteemed panelists introduce themselves and tell you a little bit why they're here and what they do and who they are.
Hello, I am Jason Tapp. I run the Instagram account Spooky CLT as well as the website and podcast, State Podcast, where we talk about North Carolina folklore and history. Spooky CLT is a Instagram account that chronicles all things about the city we're in, Charlotte, North Carolina, whether it be ghost stories, haunted locations, just history in general, events that are coming up, different subcultures, just anything that falls under that some umbrella of spooky that happens in Charlotte. I watch it all go about it. That's me.
I am Jason Orange, and I'm a member of the Association of Paranormal Study. Our actually just changed because our leader moved to Virginia, so we currently operate in those states. And with them, aside from a lifetime of paranormal experiences personally, that's me in a nutshell.
Hi, I'm Glenn Jones. I'm a parapsychologist from Robert Boyd University in Aberdeen. Currently doing my doctoral thesis work at the university. And my PhD is entitled The Media Representation of Paranormal Phenomena and Researchers and its Influences on the Professional Practices of Paranormal Groups. So I'm basically looking to see how much of an effect the media in its broadest terms affects the way that ghost hunters behave when they're conducting investigations. It's a police officer, it's something who I've been doing that with a solid background in witnesses, reliability of witnesses and evidence gathering. But I've always had a lifelong interest in the paranormal since the age of 7. And I am a huge Ghostbusters fan. So now you know, leave it alone.
Okay, so ghost hunting 101. We're gonna assume none of you know anything about becoming a ghost hunter. So panelists, what's the first thing that they may need to do? And I'll start at the end of Dylan.
3 things. Read, read, read. Forget everything else. Modern ghost hunters do not read books. Okay, that's part of what my studies so far, my research is actually finding out. They're gaining all their information from other forms of media, particularly social media, and learning for themselves. What they're not doing is reading and understanding the history of psychical research that stems back hundreds of years. Most of them have never heard of the Society for Psychical Research, which was the oldest academic body for the study of phenomena, founded in 1882. The American version was founded 4 years later, in 1886, but sadly is now dysfunctional. The Ghost Club was founded in the UK in the 1860s. That is still going. So there's a massive amount of knowledge that is still there for people who can see as modern ghost hunters now, but they've made no mistakes. They've done it all before. So what I would say is forget anything else. Read published works that are out there, plenty available from reliable sources. One book I didn't write it, I wish I did. It's Cosmology. It was by one of my best friends and my colleagues. He's a PhD physicist. He's looking at infrasound in quantum radiations, and this is one of the books. So that's what I would say. Advice I can give is read.
Jason?
Biggest advice would be do not investigate the issue you're not going to push it. Could be a safety issue, especially abandoned places. Things that, a perfect example would be there's a railroad in Statesville. It's pleasant to have a haunted train on it. And in 2009, a group of investigators went to investigate that train track is still happening. And the paranormal investigator lost their life. So, safety first, and always make sure you have permission.
Jason?
I say just be curious. There are haunted locations, history, folklore all around you. I know Charlotte's not Savannah or Asheville, one of those places that is nationally known for being a haunted location. But just like you were saying, if you read the books and you do the research, you have been interested in this stuff long before Discovery Plus was a thing. The information is out there. Be curious. If you're at a bar, ask the bartender. Have you had a paranormal experience here? If you're at a hotel, talk to the front desk person. Is there a haunted room? Just ask questions. And then, like Jason was saying, don't do anything illegal. Because when you do, not only are you putting yourself at risk, you are ruining it for everybody else. And I'd say that's the bare bones. Be curious.
And to add to that, I would say that, well, the first thing you need to do is figure out what's haunted. Where do you go? Where do you start to look for the ghosts? And same thing, do your research. You can pull up, go to your courthouse, run the courthouse, and you can pull up a lot of history on the abandoned building that everybody in town says is haunted. Is it really haunted? May or may not be. Dig into the history of it and see what may have occurred at this old abandoned building that could cause it to be haunted. Was it a hospital once upon a time in a Civil War era? Was it something that caught on fire and people were killed? Was it a an old folks home, that was abandoned and just deaths, at the building. So find, an idea, do your research. Your local libraries are a great source. Old newspaper articles that, again, you can find in the library. And also interview people that live beside it or around it. Hey, you see you live next to this pretty old building. If you see anything strange, and then a lot of people, when they're approached like that, they'll tell you that they see stuff strange. So we found the location, we've read our books, we've done a little bit of research, know that this may be a good location. What do we do next? Do we run out and buy hundreds of dollars worth of paranormal equipment? All right, let's answer that. We'll start with the next one. What do you think, Jason?
I would say you don't have to get equipment, especially when you're first starting. Some of the best experiences are just putting yourself in the situation, see what you feel, see what you hear, use those most basic senses. If something feels wrong, trust those instincts. Feel like you're being watched, make sure that you're not actually being watched if you're in a position like that. So like pen and paper, write down what you experience. If you were smelling something, that might come back later when you're doing your research. If you are seeing an apparition, write down that so you know what you're doing for later. At this point, we're all walking around with cell phones, which are not only cameras, but video recorders, audio recorders. So a lot of the stuff that you see on TV, you probably kind of already have in your pocket. You don't have to invest all that money if you're starting out. Just go in there, put yourself in the situation, and see what you feel.
Yeah, I was so excited to have the opportunity to be a paranormal team. And I was that person that was like, oh my God, now I have to get all in with it. So I did go out and I thought I'll do. And our team uses it, and that's great. But a month ago, I had an impromptu investigation at the Jenny Lee house at an orphanage in and I had no I had no go. And I had the most personal experiences because I wasn't glued to the table. It wasn't, did you pick this up? Did you get it? Did you get it? Or did I get you off it? No. I was present. I was unplugged and I was present. And I was
How about you, Dylan?
What I would say is, forget the equipment. I really would. What you need, notepad, pen, pencil, got a mobile phone. The equipment, I think, has become prop for most ghost hunters nowadays. And what I'm finding when I'm observing the groups and then I'm interviewing them afterwards about the equipment they're using and why they're using it, they don't really know why. Basically, they are picking things up off social media, they're seeing things on YouTube, they're speaking to their other investigators who've got a K2 meter, because that's what everybody else is using. They don't understand the history of why electromagnetic fields are being measured. They don't know what the scientific studies have found. They don't know how to use the equipment, and they don't know how to interpret the data that that equipment is giving them. So I always take it back to a police officer. The analogy I would use is if you get stopped by somebody, stopped by a traffic officer for speeding, you expect them to know how to use the equipment, how to interpret it properly, and how to enforce the law. With ghost hunters, they generally don't. They think they do, but they don't. And that's one thing that my research has actually turned out time and time again. So stick with what you know and go and get the skills in investigative interviewing, because at the end of the day, you can't have an investigation unless you've got a human experience behind it. Because it takes a human to have an experience, whether it's the heard, the felt, the presence of a ghost. So back to where the most important thing is, the witness.
I would agree. I don't use that. I mean, even though yes, we have a arsenal of equipment. But we have techniques, kind of like Jason, we do have techniques who understand the principles, who know what the equipment can do. They also know when the equipment is doing something faulty. So you have to look for, false positives. And equipment can do that. I mean, batteries can go weak. Things can malfunction. You have an old piece of equipment ready to, crap out on you, so to speak. Well, it could be a faulty piece. So I personally, I have some sensitivity to discrete equipment. So I would much rather around and use my senses of smell, sight, touch, and just get in a quiet moment. Even meditation, I actually use meditation to get myself in a position to be able to receive things. So, equipment is not necessarily the first thing that you need to have in your arsenal, so to speak. What about these ghost shows? Has that helped or hurt the ghost hunting from the perspective of novices? You go first.
They're entertaining, but they are reality TV. I think that's important to realize. What we watch on TV is not not the real thing. It's edited. It's showing you little pieces that could be something. My biggest pet peeve is, you have people on Ghost Hunters and all these shows that have been doing this for, over a decade now, and they still freak out and cuss online or on TV, and everybody's freaked out and running around. You guys are here to do this thing. Be quiet. Let us hear what you're hearing, So overall, I think ghost hunting, those shows are fun to watch, and it inspires a lot of people to try to do that. Some people go different routes. So for me, it turned me into an amateur historian, which I didn't realize that ever was going to be. It's fun. But for other people, it's on TikTok, breaking into houses and stuff. And yeah, so it's a double-bladed sword. It's entertainment, but it's not academic. I'm sure Dylan, you're going to say something along those lines as well.
Part of the doctoral research I'm doing is looking at paranormal reality TV shows, looking at you have to do what's called content analysis, where you're breaking down how the actual show is produced. So you're looking at all the different themes and patterns that are emerging. And once you've watched one, you will very quickly see how they're replicated through a number of shows. I don't want to go too much into it because there's a Caroline 30 that I'm doing on it's called Paranormal Reality TV. This is what paranormal research. I really want you to come to that one as well. But I agree with what Jason says. Although they need such no. Because I think they're all the same. They follow the formulaic. What I would say is that I think it's great that people become interested in paranormal research. We've all got our own reasons, and as listened to everybody earlier on, what their reasons were, and they're all very good and it is wonderful. And if it's paranormal reality TV that students really want to want to regulate, do I think it's an example of how it should be done? I'm 30.
Yeah, so, I agree with both of them. I think they have their pros and their cons. I think they're great for getting people interested in the paranormal. I also think they're great for telling you what not to do while you're investigating. So, pros and cons.
And to be really honest, I don't watch it either. Never really have. Now, I may watch the first 1 minute just to see where they're going and decide if, that looks pretty cool. I think I'm weird. What state are they in? Where is that? What city? Let me see if I can get my team. And so that's me. I like to see where they're going, but after about that first minute, I'm done.
Tina, I have to watch it. I can feel my IQ dropping. Every time Zach Bacon's over to his bloody mouth.
We hate on all of it like we can, but he's out there making, an entire industry out of this, this museum and shows. He's laughing.
All the way to the bank.
Exactly.
To the bank. But I found too that, we run a meetup group, and our meetup group is open to folks with just a curiosity about what ghost hunting may be. Our team with our experienced personnel take folks out on a ghost hunt. And we'll take you to somewhere that we know to be active. But one of the first things that people ask is, they think it's going to be exactly like the ghost show. That, things are going to be happening, and you're going to have to be running because something scared you, and there's just all this activity. And I just look at it and I'm like, do you guys realize that that's TV, that it's for entertainment purposes, not to mention when they go to one of these sites, they film for about a week. They have staff that goes through every bit of the audio and the video that they captured for this week. They may find one or two of the little sounds that Jason would like to know what they're hearing and running from, and we never. So a lot of people are like, oh, well, this is going to be great. We're going to do this and this and this. I'm like, no. If you've ever been on a real investigation, you can be sitting in a cold, dark tunnel for 4 hours, not moving, not talking, and breathing, and nothing happened at all. But yet you go home, you look at the footage that you captured or the audio that you were running, and you may have all kinds of things going on. But while you're sitting there waiting for it, you're lucky if you do have an experience. Most of the time, ghost hunting, the way we do it, is boring.
Just to, take a break from answering about, the realities of ghost hunting. My personal experience with running ghost in Charlotte Instagram page is what I'm trying to do is always educate people in Charlotte about the city that they live. So a lot of times my version of ghost hunting is going to a pub and sitting down at that pub and getting a drink and asking the bartender what has happened here. And then I use my library card to go on to newspapers.com and see if anything has happened at that pub with that address. So there's different variations of ghost hunting, not everything's like you see on TV. If you don't want to spend money on being part of these parallel or paranormal investigation events, just go to your local bar, go to a restaurant in an old house, talk to the people that work there. You're going to find something very interesting. It doesn't have to be old, it can be new. It's right now, I'm still talking with Devil's Logic Brewing in Charlotte. They've had different paranormal experiences. We did have to spending some time there after hours, but it all stems from just going there and getting a weird feeling, asking the staff about it. So there's different things you can do more grounded than Zach Baggins punching a demon in the face. We're all here because we love this stuff, so I want everyone to know that you can't love that are fun, that are exciting. It's not going to advance across after hours.
I still think it's the best excuse I've heard for going to a bar yet.
Yes.
That's right, I want to go in. One thing I would say, and I think this is a compliment to the groups that I've, because a lot of these, not only here, but this part of my PhD research, I'm looking at comparing the British groups and the American groups, and seeing if what we call this cross-pollination media effect. So our shows on ghost hunters, ghost adventures, British groups. Our programs affecting groups in America if they're a cross-pollination. But what I found is that the American groups I've come across in Boston, Savannah, and Wilmington, how much of a togetherness there is, and the mutual respect for everybody within the group and other groups. And I have found that more here than in the UK, where the groups are very intimate. They really don't want to share things with each other. And that might be a symptom of the way things are nowadays, where things are polarised with politics or whatever. What is if you respect each other's opinions, like and kind of work through, that is a great way to get rid working in investigation. And something that Laura mentioned is the ethics. I mean, the forms I have to fill in just to be able to make sure I don't offend somebody, or bring somebody's reputation, into question. I have an ethical responsibility to myself, to people working in our university. Those kinds of things pass through to ghost hunting groups is also really, really important.
I definitely agree. You can't, if you're going into someone's home, you have to trust the people that are with you. And in our particular group, I mean, our investigators, we do a background check, we sign confidentiality agreements, we code of conduct that we sign. And that proves to all of us that we're working together that we can trust each other. Now, we may be a little bit different because CAPS has been around since 2005, so I still have some of the same members that I started. So over those years, we become not only teammates, but we become and we've also done like team building exercises. And we've gone to, go bowling together and do team building. And we go to the Lot Morpher games together, or Scottish Heritage Week. We do a lot of things like that. But yes, we go and help people too. When you're starting out, it's just probably a curiosity, like Jason is saying, and you find these areas, and that's something you do yourself. Always go with somebody. Don't go by yourself. Wherever you're going, whether it be bar, you gotta have a designated driver. You're gonna have a couple of spirits. So don't ever go anywhere by yourself. And hey, not to mention, if something did happen, you may have a witness with you that saw it too. That's one of the little bit of the differences where if you were part of a team, an established team, then things are going to be different than if you're just going to go out and have a good time and see what you can find. As the team owner, if you will, a lot of building also needs to be sure that some people we have to be careful in somebody else's home, especially if there's children, or I say they live in an antique home, there's antiques throughout the place, be careful how we move out. What we use, because some, like camera flashes, you don't want to get camera flashes up against like a very old painting or something, because some sort of faded damage. So you have to be careful when you start. To go out and have a good time, and I'm all for it. Just be careful when you do.
Question for Tina and Jason. You mentioned before the arsenal behind this breakdown of the different things you have, and if they're complicated, tell us what they are. You probably have a little more time.
Well, I have, we have a lot of, as Dylan was saying, we do have some at 22. We did have your fallacies, so they're electromagnetic field detectors. Right? Everything electric, sources of copper, running water, shale, all of these items produce an electromagnetic field. This detector can read that field. Now, obviously, if you're standing next to a microwave, then it's going to ping all the red. This is picking up the electromagnetic energy coming off that microwave.
Phones too, right?
Yeah.
Phones do it. Phones, watches.
Yeah.
So anytime you see someone taking a camera video with their K2 going off, that is instantly useless.
We actually tell you which phone away, put it in airplane mode, don't even bring it home, because it can't cause positives.
Can I come in on that bit as well, if that's all right, for the K2? One of the problems we've got with the K2 is that
Yeah.
so it takes a knock, there's no way of checking that it's still giving you an accurate readings. So there's the lack of fact that it can't handle it. It doesn't mean ISO standard to the international way of data measurement. That's the second problem. And the third issue is so many things. For example, the K2 only measures amplitude, it doesn't measure frequency. So amplitude tells you how strong it is, frequency tells you what the signal is. So for example, K2 antenna and it's got an amplitude. But unless you know the frequency, you don't know what's causing the reading. So you could have the on your fleece top affecting it. You could have a radio transmitter 12 miles away affecting it, using the actual building as a conductor. So even though the electric's off, it can still be picking it up. So it becomes really difficult as a piece of kit to identify where that signal is coming from. And if you're to offer evidence, then you want to be able to say, well, I know where it's all coming from. So I'm just hesitant over the use of K2s because I don't think it's a reliable evidence. If you want to present evidence, say, in court, to be on all reasonable doubt, and you've got scientists coming up to you afterwards and saying, no, you've done this, this, and this. You've got this as well. So I'm just hesitant over the use of K2s.
Then I guess the next thing up we can do, if you will, might be mail meter. Now, mail meter, there's two versions of it now out there, but a mail meter was actually invented by a gentleman who was an unfortunate. His daughter, Melissa, was killed in a car accident, and he invented this device because he wanted to try to reach her on the other side. So, being an electrical engineer, was a piece of equipment that was specifically designed to try to communicate with the other side, there goes his daughter. Now, K2 came out originally to check basically microwaves became more prevalent in households around the country. The K2 came out to see if the microwave was in or not. That was its original use. The mail meter was developed more for paramedical use. And it has several bells and whistles. It has a graded scale where you can actually do a measurement, whether it be in millidos, cost. And you can see it look because of the number. And it gives you a scale. You can calculate. You take it back, make sure it's working properly. You can calculate it on the manufacturer. And it's got oversimplified. It's got a lot of different features than just K2. On that, it's a fluid computer, which is more content, high-end piece of equipment that is actually used in energy audits, see windows, do hot which insulation and pneumatic it should be, but you can take that, take pictures with it that graded in colors and show you the temperature themselves. So, yeah, you want it, you get something like that shouldn't be there in the form of human, that's hanging at the most lightest color that's on that spectrum. You're like, that's it.
Do you have see, I have the keys. So you look for you're going to price range. They make a little piece that might make for a locker or a back home. It has an app that you can
What types of things have you all found mostly the figure, I think, interesting, but also not readers as well. What type of evidence have you found?
You can, just like you would almost with information. You can use that K2, it's free, but you can almost get a yes and no manipulation of lights. Just like you can get a manipulation of dowspots. That's my favorite thing with a K2. It's difficult out. You've got to bring up those other factors that could be. It may just be a coincidence that, you're getting a yes and a no based on your history, and you know that there's a certain thing that you prefer at this location, and the questions seem to be pointing that you're speaking to the spirit that experienced this event at this location. But again, is it really yes or no, or it's something else that could be
It's also been suggested that it's possible that the investigator could be influencing the K2 meeting. So if you think that there's an existing code, some witnesses could be affecting the readings. So it's very difficult. This is why science is reticent about the investigation, because there's so many things that are beyond the control of investigation. But really, that shouldn't stop us doing it. We should still do it. It's just very awkward.
Well, going back to what you said to me about Ouija boards, I want to hear what everyone feels about the more metaphysical equipment that we see on these shows, as well as that we use ourselves. So, like Ouija boards, tarot cards, spiritual ones, things like that. You guys use those on your investigations, and have you had any type of response? I personally have not.
I have a pair of dowsing rods, not today, dowsing class from a master dowser, who actually finds water for a certain city in North Carolina. It's going to kill me, but I did take a class, and my mother was very big in the medical community in the 70s, so I actually had one of her pensions. But in going to Dylan's point about can the investigator influence that, I'm not going to hold, okay? Because if the pendulum, is like a chain, has a problem in it, this could be, could be whatever they are. It could be a stone, it could be metal, but it's almost like a pendulum, and it goes straight back. One of the things I like to do with that, I had to put it on and build a stand. And I could stand right here and on the table and stay away from it. And we actually, ask questions. If yes, sweep this way, no, sweep this way. And that's the only way I would use that. I really only had one experience with it, and then basically, I think somebody, as in spirit person, someone just kind of grabbed it, did like this, held it, like that, which is very interesting because it should have done that. Dowsing rods, I can do a little bit better with those. I don't use them as much as it's been my experience that more of the groups in the UK use more metaphysical dowsing rods and things like that versus the United States groups. Is that true?
Certainly from what I've seen over the last few weeks and over a number of years, yeah, there's a lot of crystal waving and sort of that kind of stuff going on. And unfortunately, there's something called the Diabroto response, which everybody you've heard of, but there's micro movements of muscles in your hands and fingers, which will cause things to move. You can't feel it, but it's going on inside. So that's been given us a likely explanation for why it's actually moving. I've used those items not because it helps them as a tool, but to understand what it's like to use those kinds of things, to see how the investigators use it. Nothing ever happened while I was doing it. One of the things that I'm seeing a lot of in the UK is a pendulum. Have you come across this? Oh, yes. Not to that stage yet. Basically, what happens is they stand a willing participant in the group. then they will put one investigator behind them, one standing in front of them, and they will ask the person standing in the middle to close their eyes and invite spirit to come in and use the body of the person to move backwards and forwards, yes or no. And the reason you've got an investigator front and back is to make sure they don't fall over and hurt themselves. Of course, when you watch people doing this at midnight, in the dark, on an uneven floor, don't even then.
What you're saying made me think of pretty much Ouija boards in all cases. Personally, I experienced Devil's Logic Brewing in Charlotte, where we were investigating there. There was a group of us. We were in a room. You know, we put out candles and stuff. We were trying to see what happened, and we did have a Ouija board with us. We had a pendulum, we had spirit boxes and stuff, which I'll ask you all about later. But there was 4 of us with the Ouija board, and the thing was moving. And as soon as one specific member said, "Hey, I'm gonna, go over here and do something else," nothing. So it's one of those things where you get out of what you put in. If you want to believe that you're getting a response, that's great. But you also have to be open to the idea of maybe it's just somebody in your group who has itchy fingers, or like you're saying, it could be something that you're not aware that you're doing as well. My first experience with Ouija board was in high school at a party, but this one kid in the group, he kind of took over. He made it seem like when he saw participants, he spelled something out, and every single person had his hands like physically, moving, muscles moving. He just wanted the attention. So it's be careful with this stuff. Is all I'm saying. But they're fun to use. It's find a good looking one at an antique store, or you can order one online. It's nice to have as a problem. But it can't be the one basis you have on whether or not you had a paranormal experience. Any of you guys have any paranormal experience or?
I will say that when I was in Congress, we had investigated a team. We were at Innsmouth Castle, and their team used scrying. That's the first time I had ever seen scrying done, which basically is you've got a glass, you turn it upside down, and it kind of works like the center in the Ouija board. But it was, and I agree with Dylan that because I had my fingers on it, the other lady, from Ireland, had her fingers on it, and it seemed to move so smoothly around the table. And this was an old wooden table, had a lot of pits and grooves in it, but it still felt like it was really moving. And at one point, we put our fingers on it, but the glass, at some point, shot, down under the table, which, I'm thinking, okay, is that really happening, or is that her just trying to, make us Americans feel like we had an experience? So, don't really know. That's the first time I've seen that, used on a stage.
Another piece of equipment that has become very popular in the ghost shows are the spirit boxes, which I know Cass uses often. What has been your experience with them overall, and you break down what the piece of equipment is?
The ones that we use, now there are several out there. My 2 favorites are a PSV 7 and a PSV 11. And again, these were manufactured by ghost hunting professionals or ghost hunting professionals. We have a gentleman in our group who is very good at running this equipment. He's studied it. He's built different versions of it. He's actually taken some of the antennas off of these. They're basically radio scanners. They'll scan AM or FM forwards, backwards. You can make it do this, that, and the other. One of the things that he's done is actually removed the antenna to try to prevent it picking up more of a radio signal than what you would think. We were on an investigation a couple months ago, and I knew some of the history of the house. I don't really tell I knew some. And we were doing a line of questioning, and all of a sudden, I was getting, answers to some of the questions that I allowed the group, it's a meetup group, and I allowed the group to ask questions. We were getting answers from his PSP-11 that he had running that corresponded to the history of the location. And I never said a word.
So one of the programs that our team uses is called Basketball. It's a computer-based program. And we were using it as a creative for that. It's got this review kind of thing on it, but we were getting, like for the first time in there, we get those sentences that were responding to conversations and questions we would have. And then there was a lot of resistance. We were in the red room, and we were getting medication, pain, some of the others we got, administration, just, like it was replaying itself kind of, and then all of a sudden you have someone just jump right in and answer a question. And we relied on TikTok at the time, and we would be just communicating with the people that were watching us, and they would respond to that. So it's really interesting. Sometimes it can be a bunch of gibberish, and then I really think there's times that something's coming.
I do too.
So, they'll answer the debunk us all. All right, so that's 101 debunk. Okay.
I think you know where this is going to go. I don't believe it's anything paranormal. I think it's a pseudoscientific practice. These ghost boxes are preloaded with a set number of words. So over the course of time, these words will keep coming up. And of course, they're words that are often when we come up during an investigation. I've seen murder, or I've heard death, or Satan, and every now and again the same words will come up. Not necessarily in a pattern, because I have on this basis. Some of these items, some of these boxes, involving to be passed over this book has if I'm taking these bits of kit apart, because it understands the electronics and how these things work. That some of them actually have GPS, so we can source online data in relation to those buildings and locations. So we will throw words that's specific to those locations. If it's a haunted location, words associated with that can come up. So that's an interesting point. I was in Savannah a couple of weeks ago, and there was an experiment going on. Say experiment, they termed it as an experiment, where they were talking. And what was happening was a noise would emerge from the speaker. And then when these are modified speakers with reverb on it, and a word would come up like Rob. And so you say, oh, that sounded Rob, or no, it's Bob, or Sob. And what happens is that there's different group of people there, all of different ages. So you can say, is it their hearing? Hearing alters as we get older. Is it perception? Are we expecting it? The point with the antenna that was taken out, I had that on when I was observing a group in Sweden back last September. Actually, apparently, the worst was actually counterintuitive of what I was actually looking to do. So again, what I'm suggesting is people think they actually do scientific, but most of them don't understand basic physics. In fact, I asked one woman on my investigation that particular night in Sweden, how do you if it's a word and you finish just from the plan? So I said to her, have you read any physics books? The response, I don't understand physics. So if you're going to do something, you still do it. Which goes back to the very first point.
Yeah, we got about 12 minutes left. Anybody got any questions for us?
What are like do's and don'ts for questions? Like what should you ask, what should you not ask? What are the questions?
Mostly, I would say be respectful. I would talk to them like they're a person serving great face to you. Don't be like, hey, you're dead, because most of them may not know that they have passed on. Just be respectful.
I agree with that. You know, going back to you see on the no shows, a lot of them are out there picking fights. You know, trying to get a reaction out of whatever the entity is. A lot of times it's smart to just introduce yourself, try to make yourself at home a little bit so everyone's comfortable, as silly as that sounds, but like, do not be an aggressive entity. This is sometimes you get to shout.
And you really, if you're trying to make, communication, and you're maybe looking for, to gather, a voice. And I've always done, like Jason says, I've been in business, so, hey, my name's Tina, what's yours? Like you're meeting, like I'm meeting you for the first time. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I see you're at Con. What are you interested in at Con? What's your favorite thing? I can't see that clearly. What color's your hair? Things like that, that somebody might actually want to feel like they want to answer for you. Not, well, what day is it? What year is it? Do you know President Lincoln? Do you know President Kennedy?
You do it at your game.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of thing. Not if you want to actually capture something. Okay?
I can answer that as well.
Yes.
I wouldn't bother asking questions.
Okay.
Do you know what? It's confirmation bias. It demonstrates that you think that they are actually ghosts today, and that you are thinking the spirits of the dead. But really, you don't know what a ghost is. Or you figure to the witness's imagination. And if the witness was asking questions of the ghost, you'll be able to recreate what the witness has experienced. So
I would just put a follow cycle.
you can voluntarily do it.
It seems most ghost hunting happens at night. Is that because paranormal activity is more likely to happen at night? Or because the equipment works best at night?
It's because I have a day job.
Okay.
Exactly.
And that's the only time I can go look for it. But no, you're right. The things that light up, yes, obviously, but honestly, it's quieter at night. There many people aren't out, traffic on the out there running around. But in Charlotte, it's pretty much 24/7. But it tends to be just quieter and people are more calm. So therefore, your environment might be better suited to hear or see something. Just because it's quieter.
I'd say that we're socially programmed to associate ghosts at night. All the ghost stories we've ever heard always take place on a dark, stormy night. So we put two and two together, and yeah, it's more fun to do it that way. And you're getting that more friendly with kind of we're all looking for anyways. But yeah, there's nothing stopping you from going to a haunted place during the day and doing the exact same thing you can do it.
If a place is haunted, it's haunted. I've had experiences during the day, and I've had experiences I've had experiences midday. So it's there.
Yeah, just echoing exactly what Lisa said. I agree.
Oh my God, do you really?
I think it goes back to the Victorian seance when it was done in the dark, the TV shows were done in the dark. In the morning, then you're trying to recreate what happened at 9:30 in the morning. But there's a practical reason that most of us have day jobs which don't allow us to do that. But if the experience was in the dark, if the witness will also get light in the dark, so it would be dark.
Start voting some out.
Have you ever gone out there and you've done movies and you have someone who's so desperately wanting to see something that if they see it as exclusive, I'm not seeing it.
You're talking to him.
For example, say you and I went out to a place and we said, you saw something called the seal. I see it as something called. You said, no, it was a ghost of slumber. If you have those so desperate, you see those.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people run up to me with orbs that they've captured with their photographs. You know, an orb can be anything. I hate the word. It can be dust, it can be moisture, it can be bug, it can be wet on your jacket. But people see these, oh, look, I got an orb. And I'm like, so?
Clean your camera.
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you dust your house clean?
I mean, it's, and then they're like, but I know it's a ghost. You know, this is a ghost. I'm like, no, it's not. You know, it's really hard to convince people that what they've got, you know, is not a ghost. It's just a dust speck. And they're like, oh, no, see, there's a face in it. And I'm like, it's not fearful. Where, you know, our brains are the first thing we're going to try to look for is the face, so that our brains recognize that we go home and know that that's our husband or our kid or whatever, just not be positive. So that's the first thing that's going to happen is, oh, face is ghost. No, it's not.
I can happens board, it's everyone wrong. So that you can draw, take a picture and draw it with we get so much of that still, but we know what orbs are. The camera manufacturers put it in their instruction manual that this is a perfectly normal artifact.
You say,
I actually think that's interesting.
Wow.
And smile.
Sent it to Paranormal College camera.
I was in Plymouth, Massachusetts back in 2019, and I was on a ghost tour, and we made the mistake of telling the ghost tour guide that I was a parapsychologist, so she went into the whole room. So I had women just hanging underneath to the front, and then the cameras came out, oh, look at these photos I've got. I don't see them looking at digital cameras working this particular way, it's trying to interpret the data in low light, it's pixelating, and oh, right, I understand. You know what it is now. 10 minutes later, look at this next photo I got.
All right, I have a question for. Oh, sorry. You go ahead, sir.
So as a skeptic, I always hear from people like are hardcore those people that the reason I don't have an experience is because I just don't believe. So like I'm not open to having it. So have you guys ever had a skeptic come out?
I have. Matter of fact, and I'm not going to say who it was, but there was a gentleman that comes to these cons, and he was, you know, the largest skeptic I think I've ever met. So I, you know, said, hey, why don't you come to me one? Let me take you to somewhere I know about. Well, I took him to this place. He actually ended up getting, you know, got like touched on the arm like that. And he never really said that he became a believer, but you know, he did have a little bit different too when it happened to him. You know, but I mean, if you're in the right place at the right time, in your convocation, it doesn't matter if you're receptive or not. You know, experience is going to happen to you. It's going to happen.
Yes, sir.
So, you studied the Victorians that
I think I'm hearing. Do you think that this seance is an outgrowth of ancestry worship during that time? Is that what you're?
Is it an outgrowth of ancestry worship that was part of the discovery of
Come on.
We're all struggling to try to live.
That's not what I'm saying.
Sounds like that's an excellent theory. Like what you're asking us, I think that makes sense. Yeah, because when people were having the seances, they were trying to attack dead or like family members or whatever it was, and then you have someone coming along saying, "Oh, I can do that if you can pay me." So it's almost in my mind like not trying to say capitalism, but like it's selling your products that you're willing to do, and it comes from that philosophy of you're trying to research or you're trying to reach your ancestors.
I mean, so the religious and spiritualism with the Fox sisters, Israel's journey coinciding then with the Civil War, there was that need to contact the system overruns after such a horrific historical event, and it takes peace so that it again the same happened with the war. Possible, but it's not something that my area of expertise can answer the question. Okay.
So one last question, because I know everyone's dying to know, Dylan, but putting your pieces aside and breaking it down for 1 minute, what do you believe? What is your thought to actually like talking about paranormal, supernatural? What is it that's your foundation? What do you think is actually out there? All right.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Real quick, we'll start with Dylan. Let everybody know if you've got any wares for sale or to buy questions. We'll start with Dylan.
If you do want to find out a little bit more, you can look at the ghostcatcher.co.uk. That's the website which I've run. It also covers my content classes and we're an organization called Parascience. Also, you can look at the Great British Ghost Tour and Great American Ghost Tour, two websites I run, because I'm absolutely fascinated by the haunted heritage of each of those countries as well. So that's really for me.
And finally, for me at 10:30, I will be back in here for Skeptics versus Believers. And our team has a table downstairs. With our team leader, Alex Mosino, she also runs the spooky stuff, so looking at the spooky side. She's got bullets and things that she's written, posters she's made. I currently don't have any wares, but do have some advertisements. I have a book coming out in October. It's it's a fictional book loosely based off of personal experiences that I had in Statesville. So definitely take one of these. It's got my author page on it to follow for updates. Yeah, that's it.
My name is Jason Tapp. I run the Spooky CLT Instagram account where I talk about Charlotte, North Carolina folklore as well as the spooky aspects of it. Also have the Old Morgan State podcast. So if you're interested in North Carolina history, folklore, anything that my wife and I we find interesting, we want to teach people about, it's the Old Morgan State podcast. Spooky CLT is also a website, and that's it. I sell t-shirts, but it's all on the website and stuff, whatever.
And you can also visit CAPS downstairs when you take it. And just if anybody's interested in going on a ghost hunt, we do have a opportunity coming up next Saturday at a historical property called Rosedale here in Charlotte. If you're local or you're close enough, it's next Saturday night. We're running a couple of events out there. We'll have information out there.
Yeah, thank you for coming out, everyone. Thanks for coming out.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. I'm so glad you're here.
Hey, that was chatting. So happy that.
As of yet, research was actually that's
No, the skeptics is moderated by my sleeping Alex, and she describes herself as a skeptical. Um, I think it'd be a good thing for. Yeah, it doesn't go.
Yes, because I can remember to this day, she was like, oh, I'm so scared. And I'm thinking, okay, with mine, or you know, it's always that. She was so, that was entertaining. And there was on the took, there was passed down there. It was, to me, it's entertaining because I laughed and laughed.
I like the condition because but it shows other people.
I would so so
Yes, exactly. That's the whole period.
That's why it's a building. It's just like you see like
Yes.
you see that.
Yeah, exactly. Also Dracula. How you doing, Tally? Doing good.
Okay, I'm here. This is my first sample of the weekend, so why don't I test myself?
I didn't bring anything. I brought.
Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all give me turn your mics off. Which Jason? My Jason. My Jason. That's all my Jason. Yeah, and he brings up single speakers, which are, sorry, I struggle. I struggle.
Yeah, it's true.
We're 9 o'clock. No, I did put on my glasses so I can see your little faces. Because right now y'all are blurs. Also my glasses are so I'll keep my glasses while I do intro. So hello everybody, welcome to Charles Dickens Ghost Hunter. This is a topic that I'm very excited about because I love the Victorian era. I have a loving relationship with Charles Dickens, which you'll find out about during this panel. You'll find out why. And I love spiritualism and this era of paranormal that we know of, but we don't really talk about. So, which is why this panel is created. So, my name is Alex Santillo. I am the paranormal investigator and researcher. And I'm also a writer, paranormal author. I've been on TV a couple times on TV shows like Haunted Hospitals, Most Terrifying Places in America. Yeah, it's not my full-time job. I don't get paid for it besides book royalties. I have a regular day job, but this is something I'm very passionate about. I love doing it. And I'm super excited and honored to have my buddy with me to help me with this panel. So I'll have to introduce himself.
I'm Alan Johnson. I'm the author of the recent book, The Civil War Goes to South Carolina. Obviously, I've been Victorian. Period. I'm an author, publisher, just more and the only thing we're going to all this is this is going to be a hoot.
Awesome. All right, so I'm assuming everyone's here because they have an interest in Charles Dickens and his work, and I don't think it's a secret that he wrote ghost stories, Christmas ghost stories for years and years. Yeah, and that was like the Christmas tradition. And
yeah, the reason behind the Christmas song, scary ghost stories are all together. In the UK and even here, they're like Halloween. Yeah, Christmas comes every year. Books are really good cheap presents. That's why Dickens got paid, penny a word back in 1860 to write ghost stories every year. It helps you run the magazine and you're the one to get the stories. So even your bad ones get published. But yeah, that's why he wrote the stories, because people bought the magazine or read them.
it's true. And Dickens was really writing about the paranormal piece as well. He had a fairly typical childhood too. I mean, Oliver Twist is very much influenced on his life. And also, given the time period and belief goes, it was no surprise that he was going back to a really old-time tradition of telling ghost stories in winter because it was getting darker sooner, the nights were longer, and it was cold, so you weren't going outside. So what better way to celebrate the winter than reading ghost stories curled up by the fire?
And I think part of the Dickens, everybody thinks Charles Dickens now as, can you hear me in the back? Okay, I'm doing the bell.
Yeah, you're there.
People think of Dickens as a good with a patriotic practically. Charles Dickens was a James Patterson novelist today. But it says that I was looking up, he put out a chapter of a book. And what do you think, if you've read any of Dickens' stuff, and I lied that I haven't other stuff. He has no grasp at all of the book. I mean, throw off the Scott, used to white lady, and I think Earl Smith. You use it in context correctly. And I mean, this is a story, but this kind of castle that I'm ripping off had that story, so I'm going to use the ghost story that's the castle that I'm ripping off. Dickens. This hotel room needs it. I'm going to make it work on it. It's completely uniform. There's never been, any legal problem that in this hotel room. I'm going to have one happen. Just all I feel. So that's one thing. And a lot of the other officers in the time period, NRJs and some of the other ones, they at least tried to use the law correctly. Dickens just pulled it out of his butt. Which some folks can do. I don't know.
Yeah, so Charles Dickens was one of the first members of the Ghost Club, which is essentially kind of like a paranormal society, dedicated to paranormal research, parapsychology. The Ghost Club is still going on today. It's actually one of the oldest organizations in the world. I'll say it was 18. I'm trying to remember.
I don't know.
You remember? You should know this. We'll find that.
Yeah, I don't think I heard it. Yeah, it does know.
Yeah. Yeah, so we had the Ghost Club, and there's also the Society for Psychical Research, which is another older group. But in the Ghost Club, there was Charles Dickens as well as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who wrote Sherlock Holmes. That poor man wanted to believe in fairies so bad. I don't know if y'all have heard of the Cottinger fairies. So essentially, these two young girls created this classic Photoshop in the Victorian era. They took cutouts of fairies, put them in photos, and then reproduced the photos and sent them to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, saying this was proof of fairies. He 100% believed it. Announced it, published writings about it. Yeah, he wrote a whole book about it. And then, yep, and then it kind of ruined it. It kind of ruined his life when it came to light that hey, these were 1862. I knew there was a 6 in there somewhere. So it essentially kind of ruined his credibility. I mean, he still wrote really good fiction books, but in terms of actually being a credible paranormal researcher.
So, yeah, the thing with the other thing was, the girls sold it up to the altar. I mean, these fairies are dancing around this operating in the yard with the pine trees and raining. Look at the picture. The girl showed you. I mean, your kid with a Snapchat filter is doing better work than these girls were doing. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I got to figure out. That's the level of Photoshop we're talking. We're not talking about deep things for you, but I'm married to the kid. And he bought this book line and something, and what added was always one of those maybe it is, could have been. Until I think 1998, one of the greatest dollars, one of the original movies said, dude, I've got the fairy cut out. Which one do you want to see first? Well, at that time, Doyle's been dead and everything else. And he often thought that he is basically his sword and sorcery epics, the Crusades. I mean, what we remember more about the Master Sherlock Holmes. Doyle's track record wasn't real great anyway. But,
yeah.
But he. But I mean, we rip on Doyle for God and leave. But I mean, there's a story about an British Indian, murder, and basically it was also regulated for Indian in Britain in 1902. And he actually fought for like 12, 15 years to get the guy free from death row and another fight. All the other circumstances, he didn't do it. And so he got a, now Sherlock, and proved the opposite. The door wasn't a free place to stay besides Sherlock. You know, you're dealing with it. Yeah. The Society for Research, that was 1880.
I think it was 1882.
That was started by William Cruz, who was a chemist in the Victorian era. And I think one of the original members was North Cable. He was a family member. I think it's A.A. Asquith, Prime Minister of Britain, right before World War I started. He was founding. Paranormal stuff wasn't just a sci-fi. It was embedded in the goal. This is after the devil. But even before then, you had the boxes in 47 Star spiritual. And it had no real life. As he went to the travel, the buffers started up and then the feral transfer about years. We believe X in this room one. And that happens in third. But and it's fascinating because there was a sketches where your whole school on my fundamentalist church, Baptist, Methodist, these people, they were the ones who were raising W as spiritualism, not because those are real, they was like everything's in them. There was that pagan from the 19th century. Everything's in them. Even you, everything's in them. The Yankees, and it's like, you had to get out.
Oh, no, I was about to go into another rant. How many of you have heard of Catherine Crowe? This is awesome. Okay. Well, I'm actually really thrilled. So Catherine Crowe, we could 100% credit as the mother of the paranormal. Her name was fallen into obscurity because of Charles Dickens. She is the reason why she made words like poltergeist and doppelganger mainstream in the paranormal world. She was one of the first to actually use investigative methods that we use today. Look up The Night Side of Nature. It was in 1848. She, brilliant woman. She basically translated, she knew multiple languages, translated books. She wrote The Night Side of Nature, was the first one to really bring out like mainstream big paranormal theories. Talk about poltergeists, doppelganger hauntings. You actually read about a paranormal investigation she did in Edinburgh, Scotland, using spiritualism methods. Yeah, because oftentimes we credit Hans Holzer for like the investigation methods we have today, but it was Catherine Crowe. She was a colleague of Charles Dickens for a while, and actually Catherine Crowe's work laid down the foundation for the Society for Psychical Research. Brilliant woman. She was also a very attractive woman, and Charles Dickens was very much known as a ladies' man. I speculate that there was someone was spurned. There was a rumor, when she was in her 60s, so this would have happened, so Night Side of Nature came out in 1848, this incident was 1954, I had to pull up some notes about it. She was 64 years old in 1854. One of the few, and Charles Dickens was very much on board with mesmerism. And he was very closely linked to the publication The Source, which is a Mesmer-based publication. So there's this really vicious rumor that's spread around about Catherine Crowe that she went outside in the winter in Edinburgh naked, holding a handkerchief, and just wandering the streets naked. This is a letter he wrote to the Reverend James White, March 7, 1854. He gave what became the standard account of the incident. Mrs. Crowe has gone stark mad and stark naked on the spirit-rapping imposition. She was found the other day in the street clothed only in her chastity, a pocket handkerchief, and a visiting card. She had been informed and appeared by the spirits that if she went out in that trim, she would be invisible. She is now in a madhouse, and I fear hopelessly insane. One of the curious manifestations of her disorder is that she can bear nothing black. There is a terrific business to be done, even when they are obliged to put coals on her fire. So essentially, yeah, she was found with a handkerchief, carrying a handkerchief and a visiting card. The nearest madhouse in Edinburgh has no record of Catherine Crowe being admitted or even looked. Then, a few days later, Dickens wrote another letter to someone else, a letter to Emile de la Rue, dated March 9th. Mrs. Crowe, usually resident in Edinburgh, who wrote a book called Nightside Nature and rather a clever story called Susan Hockley. She was a medium and an ass, and I don't know what else. The other day, she was discovered walking down her own street in Edinburgh, not only stark mad, but stark naked too. She said the spirits had informed her that she walked out with a card in her right hand and her pocket handkerchief in her left, and nothing else. She would be invisible. But she was not surprised, she added, to find herself visible, because she remembered that in opening the street door, she had changed the card into the left hand and the pocket handkerchief into the right. She is now under restraint of force. So during this period, those who were studying mesmerism and those studying spiritualism did not get along. Dickens, it's speculated, but this story, Dickens account also made it into the Zoist, this widespread publication about Catherine Crowe. So the story circulated fairly widely in London. Now, Catherine Crowe was in Edinburgh at the time this was happening. Social media didn't exist, so she had no idea that all these rumors were being spread about her. So she eventually found out about it, and she wrote to the Daily News because once the Zoist published it, all these publications had not published it. So while Catherine Crowe was in Edinburgh, ill and sick, these rumors were being spread about her. So she wrote this letter to the editor. She wrote a counter to the Daily News. Sir, I'm very sorry to trouble the public about my private maladies or misfortunes, but since the press has made my late illness the subject of a paragraph stating that I have gone mad on the subject of spirit rapping, I must beg leave to contradict the assertion. I have been for some time suffering from chronic gastric inflammation, and after a journey to Edinburgh and a week of considerable fatigue and anxiety, I was taken ill on the 26th of February and was certainly for 5 or 6 days, if not more, in a state of unconsciousness. During this aberration, I talked of spirit rapping and fancy spirits were directing me because the phenomenon so called had been engaging my attention, and I was writing on the subject. But I was not and am not mad about spirits or anything else, thank God. Though very much out of health and exceedingly debilitated. I have been residing in London for the last 5 weeks and now at the Malvern trying what hydrotherapy will do for me. I should feel greatly obliged by your insertion of this letter, and also if these journalists who have aided in spreading the erroneous impression will assist in disseminating this incorrect statement or discorrected statement, which I should have made earlier, but the paragraph did not meet my eye till today. As I, sir, am your obedient servant, Catherine Crowe.
And by the way, looking to see, Nightside of Nature Award.
But you can get it with the Gutenberg press.
I was thinking if it wasn't Gutenberg, archive.org, in their archive, they probably have all copies as well.
Yeah. So, Yeah.
It's funny that Dickens was married. I think he may have had a child, but speculation. The three lines in his books are American Book College, which is longer ago than any of y'all were alive. Is the strong relationships in his books are between male characters. I mean, Philip has male friends, male acquaintances who he's in love with and great expectation. His love life is kind of any bit of girl. There's 4 chapters about him, childhood friend, early career friend. Oh, his girlfriend. Another whole chapter about this guy. And that's true in L2 Cities, Oliver Twist, the same way. So there's speculation that basically the whole thing about Captain Crow was she said no, and he was like, I'll show you. I'm the son of this guy. And, you know, but I didn't realize
Yeah, Catherine Crowe. Yep. She's quite a splendid lady. I highly recommend looking her up. Now she did recover a little bit. She wrote a couple more books and published them before she passed. But you know, I once said paranormal phenomena is like a recent thing in the last 20 years. Not happening since the Victorian era. But yeah. Well, and you know, basically Dickens and mesmerism, that whole movement, they really disliked spiritualism. So this really gave whatever happened an opportunity to paint Catherine Crowe as like, see, this is what happens when you mess with spirits. They tell you you're invisible, so you walk out naked, you know. So.
Well, that's what I was saying with Frederick Myers. He was an older woman, my Dickens. She was a little bit younger, much younger than Catherine Crowe. She was in her mid-30s and late 60s. And he became convinced that every time she manifested her ex-wife or the spirit guide, altered. Now, most of the SPR's investigations of psychics, it's fishing line, dang it. It's cheese claw. It's I can do a rook feed if y'all ask like that. So I mean, they're thinking, everything Katie is right. Everything Katie does is 100% true. They call her thinking, oh no. It's still all true. And the reason it is they're trying to get who was a bubble. That's why I did everything. And he was like a respected scientist on books and characters. But sometimes we have to do certain things. Sometimes. I have that. Other than that. But that led to a huge split because the members of the SPR didn't buy psychics and preferred to do regular investigations. That came to the excuse for this discount. Every psychic, part of it, basically, is not your thing. If you're a psychic, no. And there's no room for you in the field at all. Because it's all scientific, we have to. Whereas the Ghost Club side was more scientific investigation. We're going to go, we're going to interview participants, we're going to look for questions, we're going to ask you. Okay, you said the big comment, we're going to get this hotel room. Okay, great. Middle Vietnam War again. No, 1850, you know, they came over here on, you know, in the bombers, you know, they flew them over on the wood aircraft, right? Okay, we can discount this with this because it's crazy thing. But the reason you asked the question, the there's a process to follow. Everything does, made up everything. Even maybe the book that we follow, and good about that, they put that trouble to do no investigation. Because they had one researcher with a private resident investigation, and that's making all the business. If you dig around online, you can find the object report. There's a bunch of letters back and forth about it. But basically, she bought everything there was up. Oh yeah, we've got women, we've got, doctors involved, secret room. Everything you've heard about those stories, they've got all that dog, I mean, the whole spirit. And the older males in the group started pulling the thread, and there were a few that were loose. Well, basically, okay, she lied. So we're not going to use anything she says anymore. It's right. So, we'll look at the message. That was the stuff she researched. That's the stuff you found in all the books you see at the bookstore about ConCarolinas. Yeah, all her shit is what they're building up. But if she's not okay. Misogyny is not a 21st century invention. We grew it up that real strong back in the day, and it ain't never got super.
Getting off our soapboxes about misogyny in the Victorian era and the paranormal. But there are some ghost hunting methods from the Victorian era that, some of us still use today. Tally, what's your favorite method from the Victorian era?
All that right. Because if it's done right, and the way I always try to do it, I'll connect with the team, is that I'm in control. I'm the one that did the research. I know what's supposed to happen. You finish this play. You finish this play. If there's an actual entity that's supposed to haunt us, it's an apparition, and it doesn't haunt. Basically, I tell y'all, get to your body. It's about I'll get that notebook full of, but I'll get words, arm, burn, blood, cry, baby, okay. And what's the all understand with? Mother died of childbirth, and the father killed a baby in your bed for the mother. There's an office somewhere that it shows up a whole lot of trouble. So, okay. Now I have a group that I can buy. The inside can have a lot of they don't female have that doesn't matter. I know too many truths. And hand those is why I finally started learning these truths. Because basically hand those like this. He could not stand his own research. But he would buy like Super League and all these other players. They would drop it on. But as I tell you the story, and then I take you, you do a good second. Yeah, it's amazing how that works. If you know the story, you can tell it for me, right? But automatic writing is a lot harder to make because and as far as you know, the reason I brought you because you're the media, it's probably a difference. We're not going to eat your guys. No, you. And then whatever you get, if you get gibberish, the connection. Okay, we can kind of start putting this on the thing.
Probably using, it can be messy, powder, coffee powder, or baby powder, that's a big one.
That's a Harry Price. That's a Harry Price.
That's a Harry Price one, which, Harry Price, he was interesting, and he knew how to play, sell himself to the media. Doesn't mean that he wasn't, a bad investigator, but you look like you're brewing a thought.
Harry Price. How many of you are all familiar with the most part of parapsychology in the UK prior to World War II? That many? Wow, I'm shocked. Harry Price was basically Zach Vegas before Zach Vegas. But he wasn't an athlete. Okay. He basically he originated the modern ghost hunter, where she should up in homes, put down alcohol powder, locate the exits, just like in D&D, morning station, If you do separate the party, so Alex and Jason are going to the ball, me and you are going to the library, and make sure that you know nothing about the ballroom, you know nothing about the library. You can know everything. But you're going to stay in a different location and you're not going to go to the house. But you're not going to take whatever I buy in the library. Wear comfortable shoes, wear comfortable clothes. Now, certainly, but you get permission. Because a lot of the earlier stuff, folks would just go for a long weekend or a month of money and look around the fire at 3 o'clock in the morning because it's been dark since 4:30. We're going to tell tales. Well, there's always somebody thinking, no, we just feel like, he all so that was basically your visual parallel. We kind of laid out extra work and you can get permission. Then he went to Morley Rector and lost his damn money. That made it to that dude box. Remember that, going to the end of the world, they were all before and out, faces and all that stuff. Remember that stupid? Everybody was for it. Sweet young nun named Mary Ann showed up in automatic writing. And basically, he fell in love with this ghost. The rector, basically, it's like that Vegas at a baby. Which is that clarifying something. I'm sorry, y'all. Goodbye, go get a drink, go buy a comic book, so whatever you did to wipe that out. But basically, you had the bones of a really good home that got corrupted by his overinvestment and the need for the two people who were the original witnesses to cash it. Because the rector who was actually at the church preached it poorly, Mary Young, the wife did not like being stuck in, basically one of the wax saws in 1960. She got disgusted and was getting ready to leave. He agreed that he would retire from the ministry. But unlike Joel Osteen, they didn't have any money. So one last half, they brought in Harry Price to cash in. But they've had some reports over the years about like the occasional nun to show up, you hear plain song. Nothing huge, but I mean it's the same thing every house of any age in London, outside of London, has in the UK. Then boom, Harry Price shows up. Brings the Haunted Museum in the U-Haul, all this stuff. Every newspaper in London shows up at Morley, taking notes, taking pictures. He's posing with the He not only bought the place, he moved in and lived there for like a year. And then the press said, wait a minute. None of this crap started before the rector got really good until the rector moved in with this sweet young thing that Harry Price moved in with, like right after they wrote him a letter, stayed there for like 6 months, did it while they were married. And he's a little bit closer to her age than the husband is. Questions started to get asked, and things were happening that could not be replicated or explained by history of the house. Like, I think at one point, Stone Age people started being like Daisy. And about the time, like the time of London was getting ready to come to a big expose on what's going on, the house burned down. Does that sound like the Theos get murdered and then the next people move in? Right before the housing market crashed out in 1979, they came in the house payments. And Jay Anson used to sell a book so he could keep his agent, and all of a sudden, he go home. 47. So all over the way. Sounds kind of familiar. The only biggest difference is Eric Price was a good researcher until then. Jay Anson's a hack, and Olson's a hack, by and large. And that makes us a difference. I'll find you about that.
Tyler brought up, Professor Love is acting, it's,
If there is a deal, I will show up at that meeting, will be there in Troy and Hardy year, and won't have a fight when I'm in. I'm trying to live real good, y'all. That'd be bad. It'd be
You're
real
up to
good.
have the ConCarolinas scholar next year. I just want to see his reaction.
That's one that I wanted to do. What do I have to take that come across the mountain to share life? With my all. But I would drive up through the town lake like a giant leaf and take him out. Put him right with his back on.
The best thing to do is introduce you to Roger Perrin, who punched Ed Warren.
I'm not would be fine for what to do. But talking about hand holding, yeah. Hand holding did a really good job of finding old stories. Yeah, like the difference is, and he's very intelligent. He was on Donahue and all this other stuff. The talk show. The more Povich is the difference. He was also a brilliant part. I mean, you find out who the celebrity psychics are, the other ones you used to call in 900 number.
Oh, yes.
You have them investigate with you. Because people already think, well, they're kind of not full of crap because, I mean, this neighbor talks to Kenny Kingston, and Kenny Kingston's not crazy. Or whatever. Then you get celebrities rubbing off like that. The problem is, and you put your start maybe what or stuff. If I did and all here's a story. I'm telling the packet lady. I'll tell you all about it. I was not. It's kind of like you do research. You do examine this place not a lot. You do research.
What time are we starting?
No, I
No, we still got 20 minutes left. But we open it up for questions. Everyone has questions about really whatever. So I keep going on my phone, y'all. Our guest of honor just had a lot of questions about everything. So I'm like, okay. If it was just Callie, I can wait some more before you answer. That's it's Andrew and Aaron. Like,
if you look at the
See. No questions? Just curiosities? I would say definitely, if anything I want y'all to walk away with at the end of this panel, please look up Catherine Crowe and read, or look up the night side picture. You'll read a lot of it and be like, huh, that's interesting. Yeah, she's truly considered to be like the mother of like paranormal, like the methods we use today. I would love to write a more extensive book about her, just her life, because I don't think she gets enough credit for exactly how much she has contributed to our field. And it's unfortunate. What the rumor that got started just kind of tainted her, and they weren't able to. No, I haven't found anything that proves that she was in a madhouse or walked outside naked. Ironically, the few articles I found about it that believed that the incident actually happened were written by men who also love Charles Dickens. And don't get me wrong, I have a love-hate relationship with Charles Dickens. Like, I love Christmas Carol, I love all of his Christmas ghost stories. I sympathize with him and his upbringing, but yeah, what he did to Catherine Crowe, like when I was reading the letters, like, you could almost like hear him giggle as he's writing. He's like, "Oh, you take your wife just for her."
So, and this is years of experience. Newspapers prior to 1920 are suspect. Because what would happen is you would have tribune bureaus who would mail out letters from the New York Times, Times of London, whatever. They would send it to every paper in the Associated Press. That way, you have all these underworld stories popping up in the American West. All the good shit show up around 1880, 1890. And I think a big chunk of the thing that Crow is they started from that point on.
Yeah.
Well, one letter's a neat story. But the choir get a hold of it. You don't know you're walking around naked because you're not out of the house. No, they don't. I will walk around talking to spirits and, flashing horses and everything. And by the time it lands in New York Times, this little clip about maybe he gets knocked out of ground, all of a sudden, you tear around and go around on a white conversation, landing it out. The newspaper account that get multiple songs. Somewhere in here is a little line of truth. And if you don't know anything about the subject, like most people just Catherine Crowe over the book. And I'll never draw this with this, I really should every year. He says, crazy, she's crazy. I haven't ever heard of her.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like I only recently learned about Catherine Crowe in the last 5 years because I was doing poltergeist research and she was the one who introduced the term poltergeist in English language and the concept of poltergeist language. So that's fairly prolific. Like
I've read that book. I've used that book for source while I'm working on it. I didn't realize that she was.
Yeah, she's a big deal. Well, at least in our world, she's a big deal. Definitely recommend, if anything, I should walk away, look it up the night side of nature. Now, the account that is used to sort of prove the naked incident happened was from her neighbor. His first name was Richard. He quote unquote verified that it happened, but he actually never saw it happen. So I feel like someone paid him off to say, oh yeah, this totally happened. But if you look at the records, if you look at the records, like the records of the mental hospitals around the area, she's not on any of them. And if you were to entertain that maybe she did have it, only she did say she had fever, she was having gastro issues, which could cause I don't know if y'all have when I have a fever from the flu or COVID, that's really uncomfortable. And I know people can run into dementia and stuff from fever, but she never had. But if that incident actually happened, it never happened again. And back in that time in the 1800s, they were really eager to lock people up in the, excuse the term, but I'm using this for dramatic effect, locking people up in the loony bin, like, oh, you wore pants on a Sunday, okay, you're.
Female hysteria.
Exactly, and the fact that there's no intake information, no, her name is not found anywhere, she definitely wasn't in a bathhouse. Charles Dickens. So, it's interesting how, like, she's done so much in terms of research, and she's also written plays, she's written fiction books that are fantastic, but the whole incident was what dominated her legacy for a long time. Recently, myself and a bunch of other female paranormal researchers were like, we need to get Catherine Booth's name out there more and start pushing it. Because, yeah, a lot of what she did laid down the foundation for the Society for Psychic Research. So, this is what I look at. And Charles Dickens, you know, it's I have to say, it has someone like Dickens in the Ghost Club adds a level of credibility to the paranormal. Like you're figuring. I mean, to the unsuspecting, unaware person, it's like, oh, Dickens, okay, but yeah.
Lincoln took sale. You can go further. Lincoln was a ghost, and then probably a ghost.
Yeah. Cool. We're at I'm moderating Skeptics versus Believers here at 10:30. See how that goes. And then tomorrow I have a bunch of panels kind of throughout. I'm on Sketch. You can find me on Sketch. At table I have books available for purchase. I have buttons and posters. But for those of you who are interested, I do have some free little mini buttons if you're interested in my business card. And I have a book coming out this fall. This is a working title. Right now it's called A Haunting in Harmony. It should be called A Haunting in Hamptonville, but alliteration. I'm writing a book about a haunted location in Hamptonville, North Carolina called the Trigger Clinic. And that will be out this fall, so yeah. Where are you doing that?
I'm going to be downstairs in that programming at 10:30 with Rex. If you aren't sick of it yet, you're listening to LS Sports. Rex is down.
It's really good.
I'm not lying, he's done it before.
It's good.
Tomorrow I am here for University here on TV, like they're all in with thank y'all very much. I really appreciate you. If you could come back, I get the first flavor, you can't stand my voice. It's usually a good time. That is better than somebody cry. I almost get for it.
Or Jason. A John wants to be Jason. Anyway. My Jason. There's a couple of Jasons that are. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And go look up Catherine Crowe.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. I want to write a book about haunted art. Also want to do some things on see hauntings. Okay.
10 minutes?
And nobody else is in here, so I don't know if they're going to the right lake. I mean, it's we're gonna go sit. There's nobody here yet.
No, there's still 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'm supposed to be on the panel, so we got an audience and I'm supposed to be panelists, so we're gonna be fine.
Changing it up this time?
Knowledge.
I might know.
I guarantee you.
So you already got your things? Yeah, I was gonna do a podcast, and I did a racing podcast, it's still on okay. Yeah. There, yeah, what are cryptids? Cryptids are my favorite, so. Yes. Oh, that is cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty like. Too big for our house. That's why I'm supposed to be on the panel, so I guess.
are a little buildings, it's more the playground thing now. From the two families. No, we have panelists and moderator. Thought I was gonna moderate myself. Oh, I'm here. Hi. Hi. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? I'm good. I'm very tired. Me too. And I'm also a little drunk, so. I'm moderating this. You are. I'm moderating this, so this will be fun. We all kind of know that past 9 o'clock, it's anything goes when it comes to panel place. So I guess sometimes since I'm moderating, I'm gonna park myself over here. Because I went to theater school and I know how to project. And plus it gives me some distance from the car. Yeah, we got about 2 minutes, so. Okay. It's gonna be a lively debate. I mean, I'm done with it too, and I can go. No, it's. Hey, Val. This will be fun. I'm also a little drunk, so, and I'm not. Oh, good. I'm not the only one. I'm actually tempted to get another glass of wine just to make it even more.
Shall I go get you a glass of wine, Alex?
Do it. Do it.
I want one, Alex.
Scotto, please. Okay.
Oh,
what do you drink? Yeah.
What's it? I'm not gonna try this.
Hey, James. All right, so we have two people now. Okay, so we see Jason and Jim.
Jim is wandering around somewhere like a soldier.
Okay.
He knows he's supposed to be here before.
I went once. You guys hit me.
Yeah, I didn't get that. That was the next
I'm
one.
so glad you're here. Oh my gosh, no, reason. You're gonna get drafted to the else. You might. I guess I'm gonna open this up to the audience too.
Okay, you getting.
Now, how to do the calendar? How many people were there? 500. Let's keep it like a little recent, but I heard the ghost like,
Rebuilding it,
schedule kind of got wonky because we had like workshops and then I was trying to like books and stuff.
That'd be easy for you.
Oh, dang. So you can balance. Okay. Yeah, Jeffrey didn't tell me that he wasn't coming until Apparently there's a lot going on. But I didn't have any class. But also I was like, no, I'm so when I messaged him, you're not in a ditch. You're not in a ditch.
You know, if you have to, you know, we give the resume is equally. I guess my long drive, it's long drive, means like, I'm driving 12 hours.
What are you doing?
We're still missing half of our panelists, so we're just gonna hang tight for a few minutes. There's one. All right. We just need one more.
I did what?
Wait.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you're like. I told you my job. I just saw him, so I'm like. You also walk There you are.
See, I'm not loud.
Okay. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome to Skeptics versus Believers. We're going to be duking it out. It's a battle of wits and minds and experiences and all that good stuff. I need a little bit more alcohol to do this, to moderate this. So there it is. Please give a hand to Val.
I was about to give you a marker.
Oh, no, if I had bourbon, I'd be on the floor after about 10 minutes.
And I'll moderate.
That could be the last panel. All right, so first and foremost, check to make sure your microphones are on. They should be on. Oh, it is on. It says it's on.
Is the mixer on? Hi, can you hear me? I get it on the
It's okay, I'm loud. I'm very loud. Try again.
What?
Like I said, it's okay. I can be really loud.
We know.
I've had alcohol.
That translates into no volume.
All right, so I guess we are going to project. And this means I do ask you. Oh,
It's a joke to know.
No. Yeah, they're all on. Okay. So on that note, because I do need to talk for the rest of the weekend, for more panels, I do ask that all you in the audience unless solicited, keep it to a low so that our panelists don't have to lose their voices tonight. Because it's not worth it, because it's only Friday night. Also, I'm getting a little buzz on wine, so my filter is kind of slow. Yeah. Anyway, so my name is Alex Matsuo. I'm going to be moderating this Skeptics versus Believers panel. And basically, this is just a friendly conversation. No, not really. I want blood. Just kidding. So, I guess I'm the perfect one to moderate this because I am a skeptical believer. So I'm right in the middle and I can play devil's advocate from either side. While we figure out this microphone situation. Is the mixer plugged in?
Yes.
Okay. That's weird because it was on during my earlier panel. Oh well.
It wasn't very long. You broke it. Yeah.
Apparently I did. All right. So. Actually, I'm going to text John Rivera to see if he can figure it out. Hold please. So while I do that, let's start at the end and let's have our panelists introduce themselves and also state whether you are a skeptic or a believer.
Okay, I am Susan Wright. I am water speaker. Water track. I write dark fantasy and horror as S.H. writing. I also write all things romance as Sean Kincaid. I think the reason I'm on the panel is because I guess.
Hello. So.
Well, that's so
Yeah, hear me. Yay, I don't have to yell, and I probably will anyway because I have lots of alcohol. So, yes, okay, I write books. They're downstairs.
We're good.
I think I'm on the panel because I guess I fall into the believer category. I am pagan and a practicing witch. I also have mild mediumship and clear audience powers. So, yeah, I think.
How did I wind up here again?
You signed up for it because you
No, I
didn't. Oh, you did.
Somebody signed me up. I didn't sign up for anything. Hi, I'm Jim Nettles. So I'm probably going to fall somewhere on the skeptical with willing to accept certain things because I have a lot of friends that fall in the space. However, my profession, I do a lot of technology. I have studied in the sciences. I have a background in cultural anthropology, studying natural religions. I'm also a science fiction and fantasy writer. I write nonfiction and I do a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm here to cause trouble.
So I am Jason Roach. I am a member of Alex's paranormal team, the Association of Paranormal Studies. And I'm kind of like Alex, a skeptical believer, but I'm a little more on the believer side than the skeptical side. So,
I'm Kate Shaw. I have a podcast called General's Podcast. I also have a book, which you can purchase downstairs. It's called Beyond Bigfoot and Nessie. It's about it's a very loose idea of whatever it is. I guess I'm kind of on the skeptical side. The book is science-based, so it's the podcast. But so lots of different things. So I don't know. Also, hey, great.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, it's a long time. Anyway, so we're going to start off super broad and high level and see where we go. So let's talk about ghosts. Go. Yes, no, maybe so. We'll start.
All right, I'll start the fire.
Yes. Start.
You're looking at me. So I actually find there's the spirit of my feelings. So, in terms of the idea of ghosts, and I'm going to say this, in fact, I grew up in my grandmother's haunted house, and the damn ghost used to turn on the lights in the bathroom because this is where the one who built the house and killed herself. However, that being the case, I would look at her and tell her, shut the damn things off. Because I understand the concept of energy and things like this, this is one of those things that fascinated me, especially from an anthropological standpoint. Every culture has a concept of spirit. Every culture has a concept of those hauntings, demons. Insert your favorite thing here. Most of them can actually be explained through belief systems and chemical triggers. In the environment we live in now, with electromagnetic fields, a lot of different things along these lines, you can trigger and artificially create a lot of the sensations of things that you go on. However, that being said, I'm willing to accept, because my wife is a Reiki master and energy practitioner, studied 4 years for the whole bit. She also is a technologist. Having seen some of the things that I've seen, I've been in Cuba around Santeria, I'm willing to accept a concept of a residual energy hanging around for a period of time. That being said, I'm yet to see anything that tells me.
So I'm gonna argue Jim here, which is also a belief thing. Spirits have been part of my life as long as I can remember. The women in my family have various sensory psychic powers. So as far back as I can remember, we used to see my grandfather in my grandmother's house. Now, he died in 1959. I was born until much later. My grandmother did not keep pictures of my grandfather up in the house because it was too painful a memory for her. He died very suddenly and very tragically. He left 12 very small children. We used to see him all over her house, like standing in the hallway watching us type of thing. I was a teenager along with my cousins before we realized this is not a normal thing and not everybody sees this. We've always heard things, seen things. I do have a tendency to hear more than I see. I also have a tendency to naturally that happen, mostly because somebody was told me. So I can tell you for certain what it is, but the fact that my entire life I was seeing a man that had been dead since my mother was 11 years old and hadn't even seen a picture of him until I was a teenager, kind of tells me I think there might actually be there. So.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I lived in a house that was in a place called Dead Man's Curve. So in this house, I literally saw someone walk into my room and speak. The other person, I vividly remember the clothes they were wearing. The other person that was in the house was in a completely different room and was not wearing those clothes. So yeah, there's that, and then I've seen things on our investigations where you're talking about lights coming on. So we've had lights come on, we've had toys activate, and we've asked them to turn them off, and they turn off. So not real sure how to explain that, but that's things will just happen on the main.
I haven't had a kind of paranormal experiences, which makes it easier for me to say, oh, people are probably just mistaken or whatever. But I have close family members who have. I have an aunt who lived in a house she was pretty convinced was haunted. And I'm not going to disbelieve her. I mean, I never experienced anything, but that doesn't mean that things are not happening. People are obviously having experiences. Sometimes I think what we call ghosts or spirits have got to be a collection of lots of different things. And some of them might be paranormal, and a lot of them are probably explainable. and they just get lumped together because that's the language we have to explain that. So it's just, I go on it, I would love to see it goes. But then I walk outside at night and I just go somewhere, I'm like, oh no, I don't want to see it goes. It's easy to be a skeptic.
I
So-
love that.
Can I actually throw an idea out here that we've seen based on lab results and technology that's been run in a number of different studies over the years? Is the idea, going back to your sensation of you never met the man, you didn't have any pictures, you didn't have any work with. However, your family did. There is definitive evidence that shows there's at least a connection two ways. Number one is genetic memory, where you get those imprints, and that can carry actually much more information than what we have seen and perceived. And they're starting to do more and more testing along this idea of genetic memory. I think the second thing that brings up an interesting concept, which I think goes back to this idea of ghosts and hauntings, is much more about connection between people. Because one of the things I think we've seen both good laboratory evidence as well as this contributes to a lot of the things we see in historical culture is the idea of the connections between people and communities and the idea of shared memory. Because we have been able to recreate certain ideas of shared memory, shared experience, shared brain in laboratory conditions. And I think that actually has the potential there to play because you and family would have a greater deal of connection there, would mean that you would have that ability. And then perceive that ability or perceive that idea that that person is still there because somebody in the family needs them.
I have a question for you, and this is me actually curious, this is not just one devil's advocate. Along those same lines, if that's the case, how do you explain the sentience in one living? The fact that they seem to be acting autonomously without, without it being a mass hallucination, I guess, because multiple people would see it. It's not a fact.
Because again, you're making an assumption about consciousness, and this is one of those things that we're continuing to study. And in fact, one of the things that just recently was done with us with 34 smaller things, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it was, yeah, I know which one, sorry, I got really excited, I know which experiment you're talking about.
They just did an experiment not long ago where one of the things that they did was they, after a 4-hour period, revived and were able to reinstate brain function. But one of the things that they made sure that they did was they used inhibitors to make sure that there could be no concept of consciousness. What's interesting about that is the fact that this acknowledgement of chemistry and consciousness, even though we really don't know and understand what it is. But one thing we do know, I won't say no, one of the things that evidence has shown over the years is that there is a non-locality of consciousness. Now, the question is, does that dissipate over what period of time? So, if I don't know what consciousness is, I can't answer your question. However, if we make an assumption that there is such a thing as non-locality of consciousness, but there is a shared energy and the ability of someone to carry that along with them to some extent, then that will give the ability of that sentience to carry it still with them.
So then you would be seeing a projection of someone else's memories and perceptions of that person instead of that person's actual residual consciousness and survival consciousness. Wow, that's a big sentence after having like.
Yes, it is.
I don't know how you math that out.
So I have a question on that though, and this is the other, because this is where I'm trying to follow, again, inhibited by alcohol, so just bear with me. So, but again, carrying that memory through genetics, how would that translate to seeing this person in a house he never lived in when people who more or less would have seen him from the name?
Yeah.
Well, that goes into the very flawed stone tape theory, where it's like this energy, permeate the external environment and.
Or objects. Or objects.
Or objects. The experiment you mentioned, they just did something similar with human eyes, like after death, reviving dead eyes, which is very fascinating. So, yeah.
And see, that's what fascinates me about all this, because we're seeing it from different perspectives, and I want to know how it works.
We're on a matrix. We're all just technology and it's a glitch. All right,
I am
well done.
And we're finished.
I was curious if
any of you have thoughts on how the concept of the tulpic spirits, tulpas and such, might play into that. The concept of the tulpa, for those not familiar, is sort of this spiritual force created by excessive thought being given to something. So perhaps if there is this, let's say, quantum resonance memory of a person by a family in a place, maybe fueled by genetic memory, sort of their collective remembrance and energy given to that, forming a type of spirit that maybe is in the shape of that memory, but not necessarily that same consciousness. Was that followable?
I would say you're probably describing more of an egregore of Tibetan Buddhism or a very
Sorry for
Oh no, you're
not
fine.
best terminology, but
yeah. Yeah, tulpa is the more mainstream terminology, but lately I've learned that it's an incorrect way to describe it. So I'm just trying to advocate for egregore.
Okay, the one thing I will throw on top of that, because again, this is actually something I've studied. This goes back to magic and folklore, and I've spent a fair amount of time looking at that. I am fascinated by the concept of intention. Energy follows intention. And I'm willing to go with that and accept that idea. If we're willing to go with and create an intention, and you're putting enough energy behind the intention, then again, I am willing to accept there's also a degree here that we're just a glitch in the matrix. Some days I kind of hope they do a reboot. But you turned me loose. Nothing wrong here.
We can get you a beer.
I was gonna say, you didn't ask. She asked.
But having a lot of friends that practice a variety of things that we would consider magics and things like that, watching and having used intention in a lot of different ways and focuses, I think it's a matter of how well you have the ability to focus your intention to then, I look at intention as ripples in the lake.
Well, that's it, exactly. I mean, the whole point of any kind of magical practice is using intention to manifest what you want. It's the idea of putting your energy, your thoughts, your desires, giving them shape and letting them come true. So,
how many here have heard of the Philip experiment? Let's talk about the Philip experiment.
1973, I believe?
Yeah, 1973 in Canada. A group of, not necessarily a group of parapsychologists, but parapsychologists and friends gathered about, I think it was like once a week for like several months, if not, I think it was like over a year, creating a ghost. They created a ghost. They created a whole backstory for Philip. They, had pictures, photos, artifacts, props, and they would meet once a week, and specifically with the intention of creating a spirit. The shift happened when they started recreating like a Victorian seance perspective of turning the lights down, and that was when Philip would finally respond. So they created a backstory for Philip. He was this 17th century, 18th century aristocrat who was married, not happily. He had an affair with a Romani woman. I think that's what was her backstory. She was a person of color. The affair was discovered by his wife, but instead of coming to his mistress's rescue, he lets her get burned at the stake. He feels so guilty that he either dies of a broken heart or he unalives himself. But that's the backstory that they created for Philip. But yeah, about after a year of this intentional meditation, intentional meeting for several hours at a time to create Philip, after a year they actually had some progress, and he was like tipping tables, and he was aware of who he was, not aware that he was made up, but they created a consciousness, it seems. So now, with that in mind, how do we know that the paranormal experiences that we have aren't created by us?
That actually, one of the things that can potentially come from the idea of, personal energy and intimate is the concept, and I was probably going to laugh when I say this, but the idea of poltergeist activity. It is created entirely from personal energy. A poltergeist is not something that just manifests by itself. It's something that is actually created because of, experiences and energy and, repressed memories from its creator. It doesn't, that kind of malignant energy doesn't just happen, And it's kind of that same thing. If you are meditating on it to the point where you are willing to be able to make yourself believe it, then absolutely, there's a chance that you can manifest something like that, and it could potentially be very dangerous.
All right, I'm gonna play the counter to this one just because, So looking at the field experiment, I thought this was an extremely interesting experiment in human psychology. Because what you had was a group of people that got together every week, fed intention into it, lived this story to the point where even in their own studies, they admitted the fact that it started to blur minds. And all of the experiments they performed, all of the table readings, all of the Ouija board experiments, all the different things they did were done without control. No one that was involved was not part of a group and didn't know the whole story. So that there was nothing there that could not have been done and contained within the group. So there was no way to create anything that could be considered reasonable, independent evidence. Now, if you did all of that and then you brought in a couple of people that had no idea what was going on, then something happened, then I think we're still looking at a manifestation of conscious energy created by those people to tell the story. And I'm saying this from the perspective of being a storyteller and a writer. We're here to craft stories and create them. I've sat enough and around enough writer stories where we started crafting characters and story and playing with ideas. And I will tell you, if you spend enough time writing someone's story, they're going to become, to some extent, real in your head. You can sit down and have a conversation with them, and they will look at you like you're a mad writer. They also look at me like I'm a mad technologist, and I just spent half an hour in the bar talking about being a mad scientist. So,
I'm sorry, I'll wait over my head.
That's so freaky out there. What you're talking about.
It's all very interesting, but I don't know enough about it to be able to actually.
Do you think it's possible though that maybe all the paranormal experiences that we've had, because we like you guys investigated together, because we have expected certain answers or certain encounters when we go to like someplace like the treatment clinic, are we manifesting and creating our own activity?
I think it could be possible at times. I think going back off of what this gentleman said,
Which was a great comment and question, by the way. It was fantastic. Thank you so much for bringing it up.
I think people can make something become more than what it was. Like in mortgage. I think the more thought you put on something, the more you continue to tell its story, the more you continue to give it life, and it can evolve into something that you're making it. Kind of.
What do you think, Kate?
Yeah, I mean, it's always possible because we can do wonderful things with our brains without realizing what we're doing. And people see what they expect to see. That doesn't necessarily mean they're having an experience. It just may be naming it something or labeling it something that makes sense to them. But if a different person with a different background and different expectations had the same experience, and like something different, that doesn't make it invalid. Which is why I think it's good to remain
Even with that, you're talking about paranormal investigation, which is what you guys do. It's even from a believer standpoint, from the standpoint of somebody who has a tendency to find these things on their own. if you go into a situation like that where you're expecting paranormal activity and you come into it with knowledge of the situation beforehand, that does absolutely call into question the validity of the results. Because you can skew that. You know, you're going to be able to, the human mind is built to find patterns. And when you go in knowing, well, this is the building, this is the history, this is what happens, and these are the ghosts we're expecting to find, you absolutely can manipulate that to either prove or disprove, depending on the side of the fence you're on, what you're after. So you get into that gray area.
I saw a whole bunch of hands put up.
Well, like expectational bias or something?
Yes. Yes, and it goes back to the idea of energy manifesting, and if you're expecting something to happen, you know, you're absolutely going to be looking for the signs and symbols and clues that are going to back up what you want to believe when you go into it.
You're almost creating that energy.
Yes, yep, and a door opening by itself. It's like, oh, it's the ghost of old man Jenkins, when really it could be the ghost of Bob who died down the street a week ago.
No, or the house is not level.
Or the house is not, exactly.
Or the house opening closed by themselves because nothing is level in it.
That's okay. So everyone who had their hands up, raise your hands. Okay. Holy crap. Okay. All right. I'm gonna kind of ping pong. So since I started back there, I'm gonna come up to the front.
You mentioned this filth experiment.
Yes.
Has that been repeated?
Yes. Many times. There's the Skippy experiment that happened in Australia, but I don't know if they had the control like James had mentioned. But it's been replicated at least a half dozen.
I've actually participated in the recreation of it, which is part of the reason I know something about it. I crafted the story for such an experiment that's part of a performance theater. And it was crafted as part of such story. And they reran the act over and over and over again with one really small number of actors that were involved. Again, if you're an actor, if you're showing and revealing the story over and over again, you're going to begin to ingrain part of the character you're in, at least for that period of time. And one of the things that we saw come out of this was them starting to, at times as a part of the performance, you get into the performance, you get into the performance, you get into the performance, you get lost in the performance. Well, when you get lost in the performance, you also, your mind will start to blend what is reality. And I am 100% willing to go and sit and use air quotes around the concept of reality. Because again, what we can physically perceive in reality is only a portion of what is out there within the physical spectrum.
I have a similar theory with method actors.
Yeah, I mean, so we've seen a lot of things, but again, I put a lot of this into, we do not credit ourselves as human beings with the skills, talents, and things that have not necessarily been researched in the same way. But yeah, the experiment's been run many, many times, but I'm yet to see a paper that does something with full independent study.
All right, and yes.
I was wondering, what would the control experiment look like for a control experiment? Like, it would have to be things all included, like school controls. I just can't, I don't know what the control even looked like for that experiment. So I'm a scientist too, so I'm like, I don't know how to design a proper experiment.
If I was gonna put one in, it was gonna go meet all the double-blind standards. The first thing is you have to accept that you will not be able to meet all the conditions of a double-blind standard. However, if I was going to tackle that, and there have been things that have been done along similar lines, where you create the narrative. I think that the challenge is this: being willing to invest, for example, enough time and enough energy to have the potential to create potential. So if we look at the idea of I've got to charge the battery. So let's just go with the idea of I've got to charge the battery with intention. And again, these are two terms we're using very loosely without full definitions. So let's say I can charge a battery somewhere and sit it there. Then I should be able to bring in paranormal teams with mediums and trained experts and have them be able that are there when none of the people that have created or prepared the experiment are there, and they should be able to come in and tell me something. That's probably the closest to a controlled experiment I think you can put for this environment. Now, there's probably some more stuff that we thought through, but
There was a method of using psychic mediums for residential cases that we did in the early years of our team, where we would have we have the clients, we have the psychic, but we had a person in the middle who would go talk to the clients, and then they would go talk to the psychic, but keeping very neutral, not priming, not prompting, and talk to the psychic, and have the psychic do a reading on the client, for the client, but there would be a third person there would be a middle person there on the client's behalf.
I would even go a step farther and say, if you've got one person involved, or multiple people, depending on how you set up the experiment, that have absolutely no knowledge of the experiment, what's going on, anything about it, not even the information on the fabricated spirit itself. But it's on the same token, you need to have somebody there who is aware of what the experiment is and what the parameters were, but was not involved in the creation and the manifesting of that supposed spirit energy. So you get both sides covered. If they're coming into this, one side completely blind, one not blind but disassociated, you're more likely to get, if you can get the results to kind of balance on those, that's going to give you a little bit better baseline of what may actually be going on from the team manifestation standpoint.
And I would still posit that there's a potential problem with that practice. Positing a theory, and this is not necessarily a belief, but a theory, if energy goes from person to person, if you have that, then you would have that transmission back and forth, almost like a carrier pigeon. Sure.
Very closing word.
Yes. I have skeptic theory. I don't really hear people talk about very often. I was curious what your thoughts were. So you know how like a lot of times when people see ghosts, they're often doing like a task kind of like over and over. Well, and then you know how time is all like relative and doesn't really exist. What if you're seeing time having happened in the past? Like echoes of the past, and you're just seeing time be happening.
There is a theory out there that time is layered instead of linear.
Yeah.
So like I see a nurse from World War II down the hall, and I run to her to go get a better look at her. Meanwhile, nurse from World War II is alone in a hallway in a hospital, and she hears footsteps running towards her.
Yeah. I always thought that was cool. It's always something.
What are y'all's thoughts on that?
Glitch in the Matrix.
Yes.
You're keep going back to the Matrix.
Well, but it's not the Matrix. It's other timelines happening at the same time.
All right, I'll start another fight. So here's my thought on that, because again, time is not linear. We know that definitively. In fact, we do not perceive the present. Everything you're perceiving currently is in the past by microseconds, but everything you're perceiving is in the microseconds. So whatever jackassery thing I'm about to say has already happened by the time it gets to you.
Let's have this conversation about knowledge versus belief.
Yes. By the way, you all missed that. We had a great time talking about the difference between knowledge versus belief. But again, I think that I have a problem with the term paranormal. It either means a level of physics or it means a level of belief or it's bullshit. That doesn't mean, well, there's got to be a level of physics that explains it.
This is true.
We just can't necessarily detect it.
We may not know those laws yet.
That's why we write science fiction and fantasy.
Maybe they aren't laws.
Exactly.
Maybe they aren't laws.
However, I'm going to use a law here that I firmly believe in because this is something I do business on. It is called the law of unintended consequences. And what I mean by that in this particular case is that I think that there are, the idea of multiverse layering, let's say I'm seeing the nurse from 1942 running down the hallway. Well, there's a problem potentially. What am I anchoring that time and energy to? Because time, space, location is moving the chicken. So it's not the same exact place in location because planet turns, solar system turns, galaxy turns. That's millions of miles back that direction. So what am I anchoring to?
Thank you for saying that.
That makes sense. I like that.
Nice.
thought on that, but I'm trying to figure out how to put it in words that make sense to anybody but me.
We get up front of the English dictionary.
Chester is even worse. They don't have a dictionary. Chester can't read. All right. Yes, County lives literally 2 miles from me.
Nice.
So, yes.
Nice.
It'll come back to me on that one because the train car is still around.
Okay.
Again, I'm all.
Let's swizzle a little bit. I want to touch on this not just because Kate's on this panel, but because I'm genuinely concerned with cryptids.
Okay, I'm ready.
She's waited the whole panel for this.
I know, with like 15 minutes to spare, but let's do it. So we have more. I feel like we have more cameras now than we ever have had before, between phones, satellites, all this stuff. And I feel validated from the audience. Thank you. Why have we still not had a good video or photo of like Bigfoot, Nessie? So many that I can't say right now because people are staring at me and I'm drunk. And I don't want to push or anything.
You motherfuckers don't believe.
No, you're just squirming.
Well, there are reports of Triceratops being found in the wall. Nobody.
They're not eating enough of the damn bad drivers.
So I want to start with Kate on this because this is your cup of tea. So yes.
Well, there's 2 prongs to this that I can address. I'm trying to be brief. The first part is that generally cryptids or mystery animals of any kind have to leave your house to see those things. And you have to get off like really close to the movies. Nobody can see that. So other times movies from here, I don't see bears very often at all. I mean, fortunately, I don't want to see them. I sometimes see signs of bears, in Walmart and things like that. But if you're talking about somebody that's supposed to be extremely rare and extremely shy, I have never seen a bobcat. I've never seen that there's supposed to be zooters, either that weren't extirpated after all or that have moved back into the park. I've never seen those. I have. So it's partly that people are just not in the right place at the right time, in a position where they can take a picture in time, or the thing that they're expecting to see is not actually what they think it is. It's just an animal. So you see a big, tall, dark creature in the woods. Maybe that's Bigfoot, or maybe it's a bear that just stood up and think, what's the person doing? They're getting pretty close to me. Should I run away? Should I try and threaten them? And then the person thinks I saw Bigfoot. So either the animal is just an animal, or a different animal than or they missed the opportunity of a lifetime to get the most amazing video footage ever. I know my phone is really slow. I want to take a picture of my cats, and I'm around them all the time, and they're doing something super cute, and I'm like, open, and my camera's just will not open, and then the cat's like licking their butt by the time I get the camera.
But you still got a picture of it.
That's true, and it's probably really blurry.
Go next.
Along those same lines, it seems like all of the narratives regarding cryptids discount the fact that there may be self-awareness and intelligence involved as well. I mean, people want to talk about Bigfoot like he's just some dumb animal. If he's really there, he probably doesn't want this bunch of idiots knowing where he is and what's going to happen because he knows full well somebody's going to want to cut him up and study him. And like I tell my kids all the time, just because I haven't seen something doesn't mean it's not real. I will believe that it's real. I would love to see it, but I can't say definitively that no, Bigfoot doesn't exist because I haven't seen it.
Because I don't want to see Bigfoot, unless he's hairy and then your size. I need him to be nice.
Oh my God, that's the rule. I have stickers that say Bigfoot believes in you. Feel free to come and have some later.
Having been called the Sasquatch for a long time. All right, I broke her. All right, I leave now. No, so as y'all can probably tell, I have gone doing a number of things. I'm not a armchair skeptic of, no, that's bullshit, move on. I'm curious. I've researched a lot of different things because, again, one of the things that drives me is, why do people believe what they believe? Well, yes, and you can say that louder.
Try to be nice.
Why? So, two stories I'm going to tell really quickly on this front. Number one, we told the story a little while ago about why do you believe what you believe, about the lizard man. I am from Low Country, South Carolina. I grew up and was in high school not very far away from Batesburg, Leesville, and that area. I knew Liston Truesdale, sheriff, as a high school student, not because I got caught. But anyway, having grown up around there, and I was in college and in media when there was a resurgence when around the second or third, some of the stuff that brought it back up. Because when I was in high school was when the big thing happened and they started having the Lizard Man Festival and selling t-shirts and all this cool stuff and all the media was out. Well, in college, I worked for media, where I started my writing career. I had several friends that had moved down. They were from New Jersey. These were people that did not know how to camp. But I swear one of them was the Jersey Devil. But that's a whole different story for the bar. And so we wound up and we went hunting for lizard men during gator mating season.
Oh my.
Do you know the kinds of sounds you hear out in the swamp at night? Same thing I'll mention for this. So I do a lot of Scottish games. We throw heavy objects. I was field chair for Charleston Scottish Games for a number of years, where we were setting up at Boone Hall Plantation out in the swamps, surrounded by the waterways and everything else. And I stood in the middle of that field at 4:30 in the morning in what is relatively now populated, civilized area. You want to talk about things you can hear coming out of the swamps in somewhere like that, then take and transplant to I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I live here in Charlotte, but I also have a place up in the mountains. I spent a lot of time out in the woods. I've seen the bobcats. I've had the bears raid different things. I've gotten drug into going on a Bigfoot hunt. Talking to Josh Petcher doing that. So, if you'll ever put my damn book out, that's a whole different story again. That's about fairy folklore. But anyway, I would 100% agree that the vast majority of what we see from a cryptid standpoint is we see something we don't necessarily know or understand because we get a partial glimpse. I've gotten partial glimpses of stuff, but then most people who are smart will go, I'm getting the hell out of here. I, however, have been known not to be the most intelligent person in the room.
I was gonna say, this is why we need Tally on this panel, because he's the idiot that goes running after things, and I'm usually the one, hey, dumbass, come back.
That's why I need to go with Cal. He always has to get shine. So, but again, often it's if you take two more steps, you're going to see more and more detail. You might not survive it, but at least you're going to know.
Know where you are.
No, I got better ways.
I mean, of course there are better ways, but it's still there.
As long as it's on camera.
It's true.
Cool. Any comments, questions from the audience? We have a couple minutes left.
And I promise not to talk.
Yes, sir.
Going back a little bit to your comment about we have more cameras now than we ever have before. We've also got much better technology at falsifying video and photo evidence than we ever have before either.
Yeah.
So, I'm skeptical, straight up. Don't believe in much of any of it. But there are some very, very convincing photos, videos out there that 20 years ago would have made a believer of me because, well, I didn't know about technology like that then. So video evidence, photo evidence while that is convincing, or it can be convincing, it's becoming almost less so now because of our ability to fake that even easier. And so, you were saying, as long as it's on video, and question about why do we have pictures of these things anymore? If someone came in and had a perfectly crystal clear picture of some Sasquatch hiding behind a tree, there are a lot of people who wouldn't believe that kind of evidence anymore because it can be so easily faked.
Well, that goes back to the panel we just had. We were talking about the idea of media and how, before the advent of social media, you would get newspapers and whatnot, and you knew which sources you could believe and which ones you couldn't. And at this point, information travels so fast, there's so much of it, and there's so little, fact checking going on. It's really hard to believe anything you see now. And, that kind of skepticism is actually very healthy.
Yes.
It's as much as I would love to believe it. I know better.
Yeah.
Again, I'm back to technology. I know I said I wasn't gonna say anything else.
Sorry.
But hey, it's never stopped. Before COVID hit, we were actually working on an augmented reality exhibit that was based around folklore and a number of things like that. And part of what we had built in one corner, I was going to use emitters to do holographs that would display just on the periphery of vision in certain very specific ways. I caught it. And if it was a beer, you'd be more impressed. But we were going to use emitters that would flash only on the periphery of vision. We were going to use voice to skull technology, so as you walk through a very specific location, you would hear a number of sounds to create an unnerving environment. Deepfake technology, I haven't trusted a picture in 30 years, and I've been a photographer for.
Did they do that during Vietnam?
Mm-hmm. So, oh yeah, I can.
I can't remember the actual, what it was called, but they did something very similar in Vietnam.
So in Vietnam, there was an experiment done by the PsyOps team. There were a number of them. One of the ones that was done that was run very intentionally as PsyOps was and I cannot remember what the name of the spirit was, but it's in essence a Vietnamese vampire basically. That would go along and suck up souls. But what they were doing was they would sneak into, they'd sneak into basically the racks and kill every other person sitting in their beds while they slept, using basically a twin set of injectors to look like a vampire. So they would drop, they would find them, they would drop the bodies in the forests, hanging from the trees, and they would fly UH-1s with soundtracks playing that carry them. They would drop things throughout the forest that emulated psychological beliefs and terrified enough to have a definitive impact in a number of battles.
Yeah.
And I cannot remember what that
was. I don't know if that was what I was thinking of, but I do know there was I had to look it up. Operation Wandering Soul.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's another one.
Scientists had a lot of fun in Vietnam, and it was very twisted.
Yeah. I do have one more hint in the audience from Val.
What would it take to convince you 100% that paranormal exists? What would be the one piece of evidence that you could say?
I'm not 100% convinced. I'm sitting here, but I'm willing to have a conversation. I've done a lot of research. I've gone out and done field work. I've done field work around a multitude of religions, belief systems. I've written stuff about a variety of folklore. I'm interested in it. If there was somebody that it was going to pop out and bite me in the ass, and sometimes it may have tried, but then again, if you will talk to certain friends of mine, they will tell you that the ghost will look at me and go, "Oh fuck no."
You and my husband. It's always okay. So my husband is actually Tally's best friend. They've known each other for 4 years now. And we have this running joke that Bill, we call him the agent spelling group because he's always one with his head, which is first, never sees anything, never hears anything, never experiences anything. But he's always tagging along behind Tally. Doesn't matter what happens. We went up to Brown Mountain, see Brown Mountain lights. He was expecting somebody to be setting off, like artillery shell fireworks over the mountain. So, yeah. Bill is on team I don't believe it. because I don't see that he also does.
I've gone and looked, and again, even things that I see on a regular basis that I can say quantify back, I question because this is what I do for a living. I will, and this is going through the full disclosures. I grew up a good little Catholic boy in the South. I'm a fucking unicorn. I have gone through and I have studied a number of religious practices very intently. I have gone through a lot of different formal trainings in belief systems. I have gone through and done experiments where I was the resident skeptic and smartass, but I'm willing to go and I'm not willing to go and say, you're wrong, move on. I'm willing to go and say, okay, give me what you got and let's have a reasoned argument. Let's have a conversation. I am a snarky smartass, but that's on everything, not just this. And those of you that don't know it's true. Thanks, appreciate that. But to answer your question, I don't firmly believe about 100% of anything. I question everything.
Jason?
There.
But what would it take you to believe something 100%? Fair. Fair. Thank God. Okay.
I mean, what part? Because that encompasses so much. Like, if it was a person, I want that body, I want to see it, and I want it to be studied. And I mean, for me, my thought is that when it comes to what we say in the art purpose, I don't think they're anything supernatural. I think they're just animals that we don't know about. I think they're the most amazing, world-changing animals that would, really change the way we do certain things. But we don't know until we actually have it in front of us.
Cool, we got a couple minutes left, so let's start at the end. Tell us where we can find you, where we can buy your stuff, and all that, and where you're going to be this weekend.
Okay, I am actually down in Alpers Alley, right at the end going back to the rest of the hotel, right across the Falstaff Motorship. As a matter of fact, Kate and I are at the same table.
Right next to you.
Yes, we are sharing the table, so
Yes.
it might be hard to miss. As for the rest of the event, tomorrow morning, 11:30 in here, I will be moderating the psychedelics in today's world panel. That should be fun. And then 8:30 tomorrow night, I will be doing the book content mornings panel in Walden, and then 10 o'clock Sunday morning, I will be doing the portal panel also.
Well, for the rest of this weekend, I don't have a table, but I'll probably be crashing somewhere tomorrow as part of the day. If not, you can find me, we'll find me somewhere. Tomorrow night, I am moderating Weird Science, and then at 9:30, we're doing Love, Sex, and Future Tech, which is always entertaining. Sunday, I am doing Dystopian Survival 101, where again, they make me a moderator. 2 o'clock, we're doing a live podcast recording, and then at 2:30, in here, we'll be doing a live recording for the Continual Convention. I'm the tech director for that, one of the partners in it, doing all the online stuff. So if you have ever seen Continual, we're going to have a bunch of folks coming in. We'll be talking about the event, the online stuff, some panels, and BSing. And if you have not come out and checked out Continual, I've got swag. Beyond that, you can find me at jamesbnettles.com. That'll link you to most everything else except the fact I'm still moving the sites over. I've got a company called Author Essentials Workshops, which is dedicated to the business side of being creative. I'm the business dean for the Speculative Fiction Academy, and then Continual, and then, I don't know, there's probably some stuff in there missing.
So I will be tomorrow at 11:30 with the Psychedelics in today's world. And at 4, I have It's Fishing Line, Paranormal TikTok, YouTube, and social media. Alex and I have a table downstairs for our paranormal group and spooky stuff, where Alex has her books and stuff, and I will let her tell you about that this time since she's here. I don't have swag, but I do have promotion. I have a book coming out in October that it's a paranormal fiction thriller, loosely based off personal experiences I had in a house that I lived in Statesville. So there's that. If you want to invest, it has my author page on it. You guys can follow for information and stuff. Things like that.
Can't see anything. Comment. Drives me crazy. I'm selling books downstairs. I have paperbacks. I also have fiction books. They're just fantasies. I will be at Bringing Animals to Life and on tomorrow, and that makes it sound like it's Frankenstein, but it's about writing animals, so it's gonna be great. And that's tomorrow, and then I am also going to be on the writing journal nonfiction on Sunday.
And I have a table down in the hallway, down from the dealer's room across from the main programming. I have a table with my books, posters, and buttons, a lot of spooky stuff. You can also follow me at the spooky stuff on Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok and Instagram. Thank you all so much for coming. Please give a hand to our wonderful panelists.
Don't ruin anyone's stuff. I don't know.
I like how you yeah, no, we signed you up. You're doing it.
No Jeffrey. Told me like.
But yeah, no, I think I am going
Yeah, like, we got it, like, sucks, but we're not. It's like, yeah, like, I was concerned about it. No, because I wasn't just honest that he wasn't here. And I know, yeah, I'm like, we ordered out. Oh, they're catering my wedding. Yeah, they're catering for us. We were like, what are we gonna do for dinner? Look, there's DoorDash. Oh, look, there's. Yeah.